for me as well. I don't pay much credence to it, but nevertheless. But I'm ready to put an end to the speculation with the
Okay.
All right, so.
I texted you.
No.
So that was it, President. It was canceled. No business meeting this month.
None. Okay. All right. Ready? Good evening. It's the
Recording in progress.
It's the Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, meeting of the City Council of Louisville, Colorado. Welcome. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Here.
Councilmember Fahey,
Here.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffner,
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton, Councilmember Kern.
Okay. If you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the regular agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next item on the agenda is public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. You have, just to go over the rules a little bit, you got 3 minutes to say what's on your mind. In order to do that, ask that you let our city clerk know by filling out a card, which is on the desk outside the chambers, and hand it to her. She'll call your name when it's time. If we can ask everybody to refrain from clapping or stomping their feet or raising their hands or raising whatever, I'd appreciate it because we want to try to get as many people with as many comments as we can in front of the council, and don't want to deter anybody who might be deterred by ruckus. So with that, do we have any public comment?
Mark Cathcart.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Acting City Manager and staff. My name is Mark Cathcart. I live in Louisville. I wanted to wish you all a Happy New Year and thank you for what you do for Louisville. I find myself here tonight to express my disappointment at the dozens of signs that seem to be everywhere on the trails around Louisville. The signs warn of construction and gates being installed in the next 2 months. I was more than a little concerned last year when Open Space signposted and installed a fence around half of Heckler Lake. No education, just wooden fencing. So to find 4 signs on the trail entrance to Heckler Lake adjacent to Heckler Way and next to my least favourite all-night lights was just frustrating. I very much doubt that when the voters approved the open space bond issue in 2023, many of them thought, oh good, we can have gates to protect our open space. Open space protected by gates is almost an oxymoron. Without any location information, no public education, frankly, it's also hypocritical. The council wouldn't let a homeowner do that. We would be required to supply drawings, attend meetings, and have people vote on us. I remember a few years back when Open Space issued violation notices for people who were exiting the rear of their property to access open space? I guess open space gates are not a violation. At least for the Heckler Lake Trail, the gate, or wherever it's going to get put, because even though I only live 50 feet from the trail, I have no idea, seems to be a solution looking for a problem. My living room, I can see the only people that drive past on the trail are the open space rangers and very infrequently a police cruiser. The amusing thing is they drive around the bollard that's positioned to stop cars driving up there and actually go on private property and the city's tree lawn to get around it. Progress in the city is slow, so many hearings, so many opinions, so many NIMBYs. The way to get things done, though, isn't just to go ahead and do it. I get it. The council just agreed and signed for a line on a spreadsheet with no idea what was coming. Next time there is an open space bond, I, for one, will want to know a lot more before I vote yes. And that, indeed, is a shame. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark.
John Melansky.
Wow, well done. I don't know how to follow that. My name is John Melansky. I live at 450 Fillmore Court in Louisville. I was formerly a volunteer member of the Louisville Fire Department, as well as president of its board during the fire. I've been in the city for about 25 years. This is a pretty short request. Although I don't live on Pinion Way, this is a small street just to the east of the rec center where there is a social trail that is getting wider every year, and the city departments, open space and parks can't decide who owns it and haven't done anything about it. They've visited it, and it sits in limbo. So basically, I wanted to bring this to council's attention, so hopefully they could pass this on to city departments so that something would be done. Given it's a social trail, but it is being used by city vehicles, it gets wider every year due to the mud and the snow, et cetera, et cetera. So at its earliest opportunity, I'd just like to have those departments revisit that. They have visited the site and do something about it, whether it's a cinder path or a concrete path. I don't even live on that street. I just walk it all the time, and it's an eyesore, and I hate to see that happen in my town. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your service,
Thank you, Chris.
both on fire department and before on the board.
Thank you.
Looks like we have nobody else who's seeking to have public comment tonight. So,
Mayor, I apologize. Somebody just raised their hand
okay.
on Zoom. Zoom spellbinders.
We're with,
Yes, this is David Hooley. I've been a resident of Boulder County for 50 years and have been a Louisville resident for 18. Among other things, I'm actively involved in programs and events at the Senior Center. I am speaking to you tonight from the Superior Community Center, where I just finished a ukulele class. Over the past year or so, I have become involved in numerous other activities here at the community center, including a community choir, Christmas sing-alongs, and various other concerts, as well as casual meetings for coffee and food. There's also a teen hangout here that is open late and seems to attract a good crowd. I even attended a Meet the Author event here 2 years ago, presented by our very own library, because we don't have a suitable venue for such an event in Louisville. This is a vibrant place with many offerings that Louisville cannot match. We have the Senior Center, in which I'm very active, but we offer nothing of the intergenerational nature that I see here. Our Arts Center offers only limited space for concerts and performances, and furthermore is not expandable for such purposes. Louisville needs its own community center. I am aware of the special circumstances that led to Superior's acquisition of their property. Maybe we, meaning Louisville, can uncover a similar opportunity here. Maybe an angel will step forward to present us with a special gift, or maybe we can work to create one of our own. I have some thoughts on this, which I will be happy to share at a future time. For tonight, this is a stake in the ground. I am asking all of you to provide guidance and counsel as to how to proceed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I'm going to move passage of the consent agenda minus item 5E, which is award contract between the City of Louisville and RVI Planning plus landscape architecture for phase 1 of downtown public urban landscaping and streetscape enhancement or PULSE project. And I would be glad to put that after as item 8C after the other two major items tonight.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. Okay. Next is council informational comments and committee reports. Do any of the council members have any reports on committee meetings that they have attended? Yeah. Councilmember Kirk.
Thank you. It was a fun meeting with Dr.Cog this past week. One thing I wanted to let all of you know, but more importantly, the whole community, is Winter Bike to Work Day is on Valentine's Day this year. It's on February the 14th, Friday. They're hoping that everybody does it, whether you're biking to work, to school, to get coffee. Ideally, what's out on the streets today will not be there on the 14th, and people can actually get out and ride their bikes. So just kind of wanted to give that big fun update for this time.
Thank you. And I know actually that you say fun Dr. Cog meetings without any irony, which I really appreciate. It's probably the first time in 10 years that I've been on council that somebody has said it that way. So thank you very much. Others? Yes. Councilmember Cooperman.
Last year, the state legislature passed a bill, HB 24-1370, and part of that bill has a new pilot program. It's called Neighborhood Scale Decarbonization. And what this pilot program basically does is that 5 municipalities in Colorado will be selected to partner with their utility and work on a neighborhood scale decarbonization project, particularly focused on electrification, so removing or replacing really gas in a neighborhood scale section of a municipality. It's intended very much to be sort of a public-private partnership because businesses or homes or whoever happens to be in that neighborhood may well participate, and it's not necessarily just meant to be for municipal buildings. And anyway, so as a representative to CC4CA, I recently went to a webinar on this program, and today I learned that our sustainability division is applying to be one of those 5 participating municipalities. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. I don't know how competitive it will be, but I hope that we get a chance to participate.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooperman. Any others from council? I have one comment. We've had extraordinarily frigid temperatures, as anybody who's ducked their head outside in the last few days knows. And we've had quite a bit of snow. I don't know what the 2 days ago was, but it was like 6.5 inches the day before. Just wanted to shout out to the folks on Public Works for clearing up the streets and appreciate all the hard work that they've had to do in the middle of the night and during the day. So thank you, folks. All right. Anybody else? All right. Let's move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that shout out to Public Works and to our Parks team who do a lot of snow clearing around the city. I have a few items for you today. I want to highlight our World Music Series. Louisville Arts and Events kicked off their 2025 World Music Series this past Thursday with a performance by Eric Many Winds Herrera at the Louisville Arts Center. They had a full crowd of 65 people, and many were anxious to know when the next events in the series were. There are two more. The next performance will be a Brazilian jazz group on February 21st. I also wanted to highlight that the city's Public Works and Utilities Department, specifically the Water Treatment Division, recently took ownership of their first F-150 Ford Lightning electric vehicle. They immediately took the opportunity to test this vehicle in, I'll say, cooler weather conditions, not this polar inversion, and towing a payload of near 10,000 pounds to be able to show that this is a viable vehicle for much of their work. And then a reminder that here in Colorado, we keep our lights up through the stock show, which means our holiday lights will be coming down on the 26th. And lastly, I want to remind everyone that we have our city manager meet and greet for our candidates tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Recreation and Senior Center. Come and attend, meet the 4 candidates, and submit some feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to regular business. The first item is discussion and direction on the comprehensive plan, future land use. If we can start with a staff presentation, appreciate it.
Yes, so Jeff Hurt with the Community Development Department. I'm going to turn it over to our consultants here in a minute to walk us through the discussion. They're online, but just wanted to have some opening remarks. So tonight is really about getting council's direction on the future land use framework for the plan. It's really one of the most foundational things for the plan. A lot of things will hinge off of it. So that's our focus for tonight. It is really kind of hot off the press. In terms of community engagement, we just did a round of community engagement that wrapped up just before the holidays. So this is coming to you pretty quick. We wanted to front load this and get this in front of you as soon as possible so we can iterate with you as we work toward adoption in middle part of this year. And so a couple things I wanted to say real quick. First, the recommendations that are in your packet from staff and the consultant team are very much based on the community input we just got, and also through the values, the plan's values that council approved back in September. So this is all happening pretty iterative and in a good pace. One other thing I wanted to say is there's no magic formula to this. Like, I think a lot of us planner types wish there was a spreadsheet that you could just put a bunch of stuff in there and it would spit out what we want. But the reality is it's a very Louisville specific balance that we're looking for, and that's part of the reason we're having this discussion tonight is what does that balance look like for us? And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our consultants to walk us through the presentation and discussion. Jessica, you up? Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jeff. Jessica Garrow with Design Workshop. I'm joined by Allison Cody. And we will run through a brief presentation today. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for taking some time today to talk with us and get an update on comprehensive plan progress. We want to provide you with an update of where we've been throughout the project thus far. We want to spend some time talking through community engagement that we completed towards the tail end of 2024, including the different scenarios that we've reviewed. We have a question for council at that point, and then that might be a good opportunity to take some public comment. That was the format we used for Planning Commission. It worked quite well. And then after that, we have additional presentations specific to the future land use map and the land use categories. So there are a few documents within your packet. It included a staff memo and then a memo from Design Workshop and our community engagement summary. We've done our best to try to help you all follow along. And so the page number for these documents, you'll see in the upper right-hand portion of the screen as we move through. So really quickly, we wanted to just go through plan process, what we've done so far. So project began a year ago with project kickoff in January 2024. We spent the kind of winter and spring months of 2024 working through vision and trends, had a community engagement event in March and a survey. We shared with you results from that. That moved us into future framework. Staff worked through some additional community engagement in the summer, really refining vision and core values. And that really informed what we presented to the community in the fall of 2024 and into December, related to the scenarios which we'll go through tonight. As we're moving forward now, we're wanting your feedback so that we can move into drafting of the plan with the target adoption in the summer of this year. We have done a lot of community engagement, as I mentioned. We've included focus groups, various community events, online survey using Engage Louisville platform. We've also done a lot of work understanding previous plans and existing conditions information. So right now we are in phase 4, which focuses on strategies and implementation. We really are kind of kicking off that phase, waiting for comments from you and filtering that through with community engagement that we've done and comments from the Planning Commission. So from here, we will be refining the land use scenarios we'll talk through tonight into one future land use map that will inform the rest of the plan document. So again, lots of community engagement. It's really informed every part of the process as we've moved through. And again, really excited to share the update with you today. So we really quickly in November had a great open house at the Rec and Senior Center. We had a morning session where we had workshop participants. We had over 40 community members join us for some intense 90-minute conversations where we worked through potential future land use scenarios. And they got to experience what it's like to think through trade-offs and how to accommodate infrastructure and jobs and housing units. So it was a really robust conversation. And then in the evening, we had over 150 participants from the community in our open house to give feedback on the scenarios, again, that we'll go through tonight. That culminated then with an online story map. There were about 80 responses to that online survey for folks who maybe weren't able to attend in person. And so really great feedback and conversation as part of that engagement process. So a really important part of that engagement was ensuring that the core values that we shared with you last fall were accurate and that they were really foundational to the work, and so wanted to provide the community a final opportunity to provide some feedback. And that has helped us really refine where we're going with those core values into the draft document. So I'm going to run through those really quickly. These are on pages 6 through 12 of the engagement summary, which is pages 28 through 34 of the online packet. So you'll see the core values here. And really importantly is foundationally in the middle is equitable, resilient, sustainable, and vibrant. And that those are really 4 pillars, if you will, that are important and relate to each of these core values. So the first core value is related to community character. We heard from the community the importance of affordable housing, revitalization for downtown, and also really important that Louisville is a small town and we need to preserve the small town charm of Louisville. The second core value is environmental sustainability. So we heard from the community importance around fire mitigation, disaster planning, resilience, thinking about incentivizing decarbonization, and looking at climate considerations. Next is community connectivity. We heard a lot in the engagement about the importance of regional trail coordination, coordination on regional transit as well, and connecting the community through bike lanes and pathways. Next is community places. So here we heard an interest in supporting seniors, particularly with senior housing. We also heard the importance of preservation of natural areas and having places like parks and plazas, and then also recreation facilities. Next was civic leadership. And we heard from the community that it's really important that they have opportunities to engage with city council and also have opportunities to engage with the government structure and departments. Again, regional collaboration and coordination was a high priority and something we heard from the community in those activities. And then finally, our final core value is economic vibrancy. We heard support for mixed-use development, support for local businesses, and a real focus on enhancing the McCaslin area, particularly thinking about things that are happening with CU in that area, that's a real opportunity for Louisville. And then also importance of diverse retail spaces within the community. Next, we're going to go through scenario planning. So I'm going to turn it to Allison to run through these next slides.
Thank you, Jessica. Can you all hear me? Great. Well, as Jessica mentioned, the comprehensive plan is really a guide to direct future decision-making around growth and development in the city. And Jeff mentioned that an important tool of that is the future land use map, which we'll be discussing in more detail later on in this conversation. But before we can develop the map, we really wanted to talk with the community about what future development might look like. And so one of the tools in our toolbox is scenario planning, which explores different ways based on a set of criteria that you can think about how that future growth and development happens. And so the community engagement activity really looked at the range of potential scenarios. That's why we're going to share several with you. We explored 3 different ways that future could play out. And then our activities with the community evaluated what those trade-offs are so that we could start to understand, what works, what doesn't. And what that usually leads to is a preferred scenario that's often a combination of the best pieces of each. And so we're going to share with you those 3 different scenarios that we shared with the community and have a discussion about the bits and pieces that we would want to inform the future land use map as kind of that preferred alternative. We also know that there are existing parts of Louisville that are really great. And we heard from the community there's a lot of really wonderful things that we want to continue to maintain. And so a tool that we used before developing the scenarios was creating an areas of opportunity and in areas of stability. So places that are areas of stability are things like existing neighborhoods, parks, existing businesses that align well with those community values we spent talking with you over the summer. These are areas that are unlikely to see substantive change. In contrast, we identified these areas of opportunities, places with a lot of vacant parcels, possible redevelopment sites, underutilized sites, or uses that aren't so aligned with the community's values. And these are places where we might have the opportunity to see different types of development in the future. And so the map that you see on screen really highlights these kind of 4 different areas that I'll share on the next slide. So these are the 4 areas of opportunities that we really focused our scenario planning efforts on in the engagement activities this past fall. So it's the area around South Boulder Road, downtown, McCaslin Corridor, and Red Tail Ridge. Before we talk through each of the 3 scenarios, I wanted to share some of the driving forces. So that goes back to that first circle on the image that we started off on. I'm going to pause for just a moment here. This really used the community feedback and the community values to help drive those driving forces of what's important to consider within each of the scenarios. And overall, the city of Louisville is really a place that people love and care for. They love the close-knit community and the family character. And that's really special, and it's something important to maintain. However, some of these driving forces may start to put that unique quality of life at risk. And there's kind of 3 big things that come together to paint that, potential risk. The first is a declining population. The second is aging population, and the third is declining school enrollment. And the existing conditions assessments that we developed in our online dig into all of that in quite a bit more depth. But this data, in addition to the comments that from the community, indicates that families and workforce are being priced out of Louisville. And if this trend continues, it could put that sense of community at risk. The second big driver is transportation. A lot of the community is leaving Louisville every day for work, and another significant portion of population is commuting in. And so we're not seeing a lot of people living and working in Louisville. And this has a big impact on roadway congestion as well as retail spending. So the third big driver is really something to celebrate, which is that Louisville has a really strong employment base. CTC, emerging R&D industries, all of that are really thriving here, and that's a good thing. But we also heard that retail vacancies, especially in the downtown, are high. And part of that is all of those people leaving every day. Also, when we look at retail spending, Louisville's only capturing about 40% of the potential retail spending, meaning that 60% of Louisville residents are actually spending their money outside of the community. And so there's several things that we're thinking about in order to increase this retail vibrancy and make sure more of that money is staying in Louisville. There's other drivers around quality of life. There's a lot of parks and open space. In fact, Louisville has 2 times more parks than neighboring communities. And I think it's almost 96% of the community is within a 10-minute walk distance to the park, which is really phenomenal. In addition, people love the sense of history in the downtown core. And these are really great assets that need to be maintained and built upon, and ensuring the sustainability and longevity of these places for the future. Okay, so let's start to look at these 3 scenarios. This first scenario, stay the course, is just looking at maintaining trends. So in general, Louisville's land uses are typically single use, meaning commercial is commercial, residential is residential, office is just office. And so this stay the course kind of maintains that more single use and is pretty consistent with adjacent land uses. In this alternative, we have the lowest number of new units introduced and the highest number of jobs created, pretty on par with the way both units and jobs are trending currently. So this won't substantially increase housing, but it will create new jobs. And so this scenario kind of has a little bit of a mismatch in that jobs housing balance, but does maintain a lot of those things that people love about Louisville today. So when it comes to what we heard from the community, your engagement summary provides some really in-depth feedback. We're just kind of pulling out some of the key points here. People really liked this alternative for the small town scale and minimal growth and the fact that it was really job friendly. There was concerns that this doesn't quite move the needle enough on housing affordability and inclusivity, as well as kind of without increasing residential substantially, it's going to be harder to support the retail and commercial spaces. But in general, people kind of thought this lower density was most aligned with kind of the small town charm that they love. So the second scenario, scenario B, is really exploring putting a substantial focus on housing. It looks more at a diversity of housing types throughout these different areas and thinking more about a mix of uses that think about creating synergies between existing development and infill opportunities for housing. You'll see that jobs and housing are a little more balanced in this scenario, so that where there's job growth, there are also housing growth, meaning that people, as jobs grow, they have the opportunity to live and work in the community that they love. In this alternative, housing is generally proposed at kind of a mid-density and increasing mixed-use areas. So in general, for the feedback that we heard on this, talked about really liking this idea of a jobs and housing balance, especially at Red Tail Ridge and along McCaslin Corridor. Comments really emphasize the focus on walkability And that as we start to introduce more mixed use spaces, there's also opportunity for community gathering, community events, kind of those community spaces that people love. There was a little bit of concern around high density housing starting to get closer to some of the existing neighborhoods, but there was also kind of a recognition that there needs to be a trade-off to ensure affordability and attracting families to the community. Excuse me. So this last one, scenario C, really puts the emphasis on both housing and economic development. And as opposed to scenario B, which really looked to spread out housing throughout the community, this option looks more at hubs of activity, thinking about community and neighborhood centers with higher density development than the other scenarios, but really focused around kind of these nodes and node areas with retail, commercial that provide housing, goods and services and job all located together. Which creates really great little hubs of activity and focus centers for development. And housing here does push towards the higher density, but that's usually focused around key transit areas and transit hubs. And so the feedback that we heard, next slide. The feedback that we heard from the community is they felt that this was really the most sustainable option, that thinking about kind of focused development and transit corridors really is a sustainable and kind of climate appropriate choice. There was some concern raised over the higher density units and making sure that it was compatible with surrounding neighborhood character. But in general, there was support for the idea of clustering housing in these kind of core areas and wanting to ensure that we incorporate green spaces, especially at Red Tail Ridge and McCaslin Boulevard. So this last slide is just a really helpful reference. It's in your community engagement summary about the difference between the three scenarios. And we use this as a kind of the community values as a lens to indicate the differences between the three scenarios. So you can kind of understand and kind of see in one snapshot how those play out. So in one of the questions that we asked, this is in your community engagement summary as well. It's also on your packet page number 43. The question that we asked the community at the open house was, which one of these scenarios do you prefer? At the open house, we just had A, B, and C, and online we had a space for people to fill in their responses. And so overall, excuse me, we got a lot of comments about what people would like to see, and I'll share that on the next slide. I would say from my kind of reading through the comments, people liked a combination of B and C, and then there were people who are firmly in the A camp. So some of the summary that what we heard was for those who selected other is that they really kind of like this middle ground scenario. Some of the things that we heard about why people chose other was along the lines of, concern for departure from the small town character, concern for congestion on the roadway with new development, some concern that the existing infrastructure wouldn't be able to support everything that we have now. But suggestions also indicated a focus on infill development, focusing transit along corridors, how important it is to think about increased density so that we can maintain affordability, and really thinking about sustainable alternatives. And so a lot of what we took away from the community comments was this desire to see a middle ground scenario and to take the bits and pieces from each that people loved. And so we had this conversation a couple weeks ago with Planning Commission, and we just wanted to share some highlights from that conversation. There was a little bit of a comment that there's a need to move the needle, that Louisville is changing and that scenario A might not be proactive enough to address future development. There was a really great observation that the opportunity areas really kind of focus on the edges of the community, maintaining kind of this residential core. There was some comments about how the opportunity areas really focus on the areas of opportunity, but we also need to consider neighborhood context-sensitive development in those areas outside the areas of opportunity. So thinking about those neighborhoods and maybe considering ADUs in those areas. But with that, wanting to transition the areas of opportunities into the neighborhood areas. Ensuring that as we move forward, transportation and connectivity is included. Scenarios focused a lot on land use, but there's certainly an interface of the influence of land use and transportation. In general, Planning Commission really thought the transit-oriented development would support a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. And then just kind of in summarizing, concern that A is not deliberate for how to plan for change, and that I think most of the Planning Commission was fairly supportive of different elements of B and C. So we're going to pause here for a 5-minute reflection. We, in our next section of presentation, we'll dive into those 4 opportunity areas and share specifically about each one, what people or what we heard from the community. But before we dived into getting real specific, we wanted to spend about 5 minutes in discussion regarding the scenarios to ensure that we're headed into the right direction before getting into the specifics. So we'll pause here with this question, and then it's your meeting, but it worked well at Planning Commission after this to open up for public comment. So we leave that all to you. But based on the 3 scenarios presented to the community, which of these or which combination of these most closely align with your vision for the future? And then kind of second, thinking about the community's vision for the future. Thank you.
Remind me how many 5-minute reflections we have in your presentation.
This is the only one.
This is the
We have some questions at the very end.
Okay. Because part of the thing that's important is for us to be able to do both, not just questions, but public comment and comments from us. At least for the moment, we'll go with you here. Why not, first of all, let me ask, even before we do this, if there are questions by council members on the presentation so far. Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First, on the core values slide, I think one of the only areas in which the 7 of us have had an opportunity to provide input into this plan is on the core values statement. And as you all might remember, we spent quite a bit of time laboring over that particular language. And I'm just curious that the slide on core values that was in the deck, that was meant to reflect sort of your work surveying the community and not necessarily be the same as the core value statements that council had landed on.
Can you put that? Can you, before you answer that, can you put the slide up?
Yes, give me just one moment. And while I'm getting there, yes, the work that you all completed earlier in the year, that is the core value statements. Those were wordsmithed in a lot of detail, and that's what will move forward into the plan document. What these do is just describe kind of the key findings, what we heard from the community, that will add some color to the plan document, where we might anticipate some more detailed strategies. But those statements that you worked on, those will be in the plan and will be the kind of guiding light, if you will, for what happens in these different chapters.
Great, thank you. And then I was also interested, I thought the Planning Commission comment about the edge areas versus the sort of the residential center was interesting, and just curious whether that's something you're considering, or your proposal is really to sort of limit this to just the specifically identified areas.
The future land use map will be comprehensive of all of Louisville. So future land use map and future land use classifications will address residential neighborhoods. And I think what we heard was that classification will be consistent, but there might be some opportunities to think about ADUs or some very kind of small, gentle modifications in that land use that doesn't impact the neighborhood quality or the sense of community.
Got it. So put another way, we wouldn't be looking at scenarios for the sort of residential core in the same way.
That's right. And the way that we approached the scenarios that we shared with the community, we worked really closely with staff. We were informed by existing conditions report and previous community engagement. We really focused in on where are there areas of opportunity or change and where are areas of stability. So those areas of stability, which are some of the residential neighborhoods in kind of the middle of Louisville, those are areas of stability. So while they will be reflected in the future land use map and referenced in the document, they're not anticipated to change significantly based off of the work.
Got it. And then just one more question. I think reading this, it's sort of implicit that the main thing we're considering here is sort of traditional zoning and traditional zoning use categories. Was there consideration in the process of sort of alternative approaches, whether that would be a sort of a form-based approach or a more market-based approach, or did you really only consider the sort of traditional zoning approach?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say at this point in the process, in terms of thinking about the different types of uses people would want to see, it is more of that traditional approach. As we work through drafting of the document and based off of the conversation tonight, there could be areas where we are thinking differently, where it could be a suggestion for performance-based zoning or a suggestion for form-based zoning. And so that's some detail that we would work through in some of those next phases of work. But we're definitely, as part of what we're presenting tonight, we're not locked into those more traditional zoning tools, and would appreciate any feedback that the council has on some of those things.
Great. Well, I appreciate it. And I should have started with this. The report is really helpful and well done, and appreciate all the work and community input that went into it, and looking forward to our discussion tonight.
Okay. Other council members, questions? Yep. Councilmember Cooper.
Thanks. So the city adopted a housing plan recently, which called for, I think, something on the order of 2,000 additional units over the next 20 years or so. And I'm a little bit curious, why we wouldn't have crafted a scenario on the basis of that housing plan, given that we adopted it already. And I kind of feel like maybe that would have hit this sort of middle ground that was not selected, or that was maybe some, the middle ground that's not, one of the three options that people considered at the open houses.
Yes, so we did use that housing study. It wasn't formally adopted as we were working through our scenarios, but we did have all of the data in the draft that we were working from. That was incorporated into this. We're using the same very aligned data. We're using a lot of their information, and we even used some of their findings in our drivers and trends. And so that middle ground does fall very closely to the housing study numbers. The housing study did, I believe, and Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong, look more at the affordable units and kind of an affordable approach, whereas we're kind of looking universally at land use and how land use can help to incentivize some of the outcomes of the housing study. And so this is actually very much aligned with where the housing study strategy and recommendations. One of the three tenets of that plan is housing diversification. And these three scenarios explore different ways that housing diversification could take place.
And one other important thing to add is, so for the housing plan, we were really careful and deliberate to not frame that as So it's like 2,700 units is our gap, is what you're referring to. It was a very objective look at if we maintain our current share of the county population, what would that look like? So it definitely wasn't intended to be a specific goal. The goals are, to promote more housing, diversity, and affordability, but as far as a specific number, that was not intended to be a goal. But I will say also that these scenarios too, you're not going to get a scenario that spits out 2,700. This is about where could residential be appropriate in ballpark, where number of units would that get us? So we did it very much in mind with the housing plan, but just wanted to clarify. Yeah, thanks.
I've got a couple of questions. One is, when we talk about housing diversification, there's, I think we can consider the places that, may be ripe for or possibilities for future housing. But my question is when you think about diversification, are you considering all of the housing around Louisville as opposed to just sort of the places where potential new housing could go? And the reason I ask that is it is possible to look at the new housing and say, it's very diverse amongst those areas where you're thinking about doing it, but we have 70% single family homes in Louisville. And so when I think of diversification, I think something, I certainly think we got to think bigger about that there's some kinds of housing. I'm personally not too thrilled with the prospect of building a bunch of single family homes or having that occur, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds. We're talking about comp plan, but I'm interested in how you think or are thinking in this work about diversification of housing.
I think I might take a first shot at that, and then everybody else can fill in from the consultants and Mr. Hurt here. The housing plan calls for more multifamily and single-family attached housing, and the reason is that provides some gaps that we don't have in this community compared to some other communities. It's not really calling for a lot of new single-family within the community. I think these scenarios are all based off of the housing plan. The housing plan is the base. It's a foundational document for where we're headed with this. I would also say that when we get to the part 2 of this presentation, we provide a little bit more detail about housing diversification and the intent. So it's basically consultant and staff recommendations on how to proceed within each opportunity area. And so if we're not dialing that in well in the second part of the presentation, that could be a really great opportunity for council to give us direction on how to do that. Again, it's a pretty high level still, and then when we get to the actual draft plan, we'll start drilling down into more detail, and there'll be opportunities for feedback.
Fair enough. This may be also premature, and if it is, you'll let me know. And it may be a question for staff more than the consultant, but we are acutely aware of pressures that the state is either putting on communities like ours or has already made decisions about. And I think about the TOC, Transportation-Oriented Communities legislation that passed last year. And I guess I'm interested in to what extent these scenarios are informed by that. It's a very complex process. Yeah. I know that because you said, but I'm interested in, how hard we can grasp any of these scenarios given those kind of constraints.
Right. So the state TOC law, we're still working through with the state staff that are implementing that. That's probably a 2-year process to figure out how we're going to fit into that new law. So we aren't able to do it with a lot of clarity in the comp plan and a lot of specificity, other than I think there's a lot of alignment. And I know in your legislative agenda, it talks about transit-oriented communities and the city's support for it. And I think right now, the way we're envisioning the next steps of this plan is it would focus on transit-oriented development opportunities because of all the potential benefits for limiting single occupancy vehicles, utilizing existing infrastructure, utilizing transit, and bringing more transit into the community, as well as all that positive equity and inclusion benefits that it has. So I think that this is very much in alignment from a policy standpoint with supportive, transit-oriented development and trying to find opportunities for that. But it's not explicitly or specifically in line with the state law at this point, because we don't know enough.
Let me push that one step further is, I guess, and I want to frame this as a question because I want to move on to the input from the public, but does that first scenario, the sort of, for lack of a better term, kind of stay the course, I guess that was the term that was used, doesn't that on its face tend to move us toward conflict with the law?
It probably doesn't go as far as we would need to be supportive of the intent of that law. I think, again, we had the idea too with the consultants was we wanted to provide a spectrum of opportunities for the community to react to. And it was never intended to, hey, we're going to pick A, B, or C. We knew from the beginning it wasn't going to be, we created, the perfect scenario for Louisville. So I think this is just part of the exercise, is to start to pull out the good ideas from each scenario and try to blend them together. So that's kind of where we're going. So I think you'll see, what the consultants are asking, and we had a little bit of this with Planning Commission, was, I think this is great discussion, and I think it's going to be even more informed discussion after the second part of the presentation. This is just, hey, what do you think about the three scenarios in general?
Okay, thank you. Why don't we move on to public comment? For those of you who weren't either on Zoom or weren't in the chambers earlier, if you would like to make public comment, you're welcome to do so. We invite that, encourage it. If you want to make public comment, you're here, please fill out a card right outside the council chambers and hand it to the clerk. She'll call your name and have you come up then. If you are online, I think I don't know whether it's raising your hand or I guess it's raising your hand, as opposed to, there's a separate process for if you're on the phone, but I don't know that anybody's on the phone tonight. We ask you, there's a limit of 3 minutes. If there is somebody either online or here or that you can get an agreement from to cede their time to you, one or more people, then you can have a total of 6 minutes. You don't have to speak for the full 3. You don't have to speak for the full 6. We ask others in the room and elsewhere to respect the speakers and to avoid the clapping or booing and stuff like that might discourage full participation. So with that, it looks like we've got at least some public comments. So I'll let you take it away.
First up is Don Parcher, followed by Iona Kearney.
Thank you. Good evening. Don Parcher, 378 Grouse Court, almost 11 years. Granddad of 2 boys under 3. Due to climate change and loss of biodiversity, I think we may be past the point of no return for life on Earth. With Trump taking office yesterday, it's more important than ever for us to take significant action locally. So please take whatever actions you can to reduce greenhouse gases, increase the density of housing, and set an example for other communities. For example, I recommend rewilding the golf course and not spending that money on a new clubhouse or renovations. Spend that money to help subsidize affordable housing and so forth. And also, I'd recommend closing Main Street and between Main Street and Front Street between Pine and South Streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Next up is Iona Kearney, followed by Catherine Smith.
Hi, Iona Kearney, President of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce, I want to express our appreciation for the work being done to guide the future of our community through thoughtful planning and strategic initiatives. The focus areas of community character, environmental sustainability, economic vibrancy, and community places provide a strong foundation for maintaining and enhancing what makes Louisville a desirable place to live, work, and play. The Chamber supports progress in these key areas while recognizing the importance of balancing growth with preserving the character of our neighborhoods, parks, and open spaces. The Louisville Chamber of Commerce welcomes the opportunity to engage directly with our membership to gather feedback on how these proposals may affect local businesses. Involving our business community will provide valuable insights and help shape policies that support sustainable growth while addressing diverse stakeholder needs. Thank you for your commitment to fostering a thriving community. Please feel free to reach out to discuss how the Chamber can contribute to this important work.
Thank you, Iona.
Catherine Smith, followed by Christian Dino.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Smith. I live in Ward 3. I want to say before I say anything else that Louisville's a great place to live. And I'm here tonight because it is, and I want it to continue to be that. I feel somehow like we have a little bit of a tail wagging the dog situation here. Everything we're talking about comes with environmental costs, comes with fiscal costs, and comes with trade-offs with regard to our quality of life. And I don't feel like I'm hearing enough discussion about that. And I am looking at the anticipated growth. I've been to our library, I've been to the rec center. I see how busy and full they are now. I am using our open spaces, and I see, again, if you go out at lunchtime, super busy. And so I feel like we're pushing the constraints of our existing infrastructure without a plan about what we're going to do to maintain what really is a good quality of life. And I'd like to see more talk about where is that point? Is it 2,000 more people? Is it 4? Is it 10? When do we need to create a branch for our library? And as we talk about developing the edges of the city, it looks to me like we're feeling like we know more about the future than we do. I think that we should leave some areas with the zoning that they have so that there is the opportunity for future city councils to really address the current needs of the city. If we zone out everything now in our opportunity areas, I think we really lock people in the future in a way that isn't going to be comfortable for us and for the people living here in the future. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak and for your service to the community.
Thank you, Catherine.
Christian Dino.
My name's Christian Dino, 967 Eldorado Lane. I heard a couple of interesting points that the consultants brought up within their presentation. One being that there wasn't enough businesses within the community to sustain work for our community residents. And that, we need to foster business growth. The other thing that I kind of latched onto from what they said is that we don't have enough affordable housing. And that with the affordable housing and the diversity of the community and providing opportunities for all levels of economic residents to be a part of our community needs to be thought through within this community plan. When we start to think about these things, when we price people out of the community, we do this through increasing the cost of construction. So we have to be careful that as we make decisions on other things on the agenda tonight, as well as future down the road, that we're making these decisions with these key components in mind, that we're not making things so difficult for businesses that they don't want to be here and so pricey to construct that only the uber rich are able to be our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Why don't we bring it back? I know this isn't exactly the way that you probably anticipated, the 5 minutes on the suggestion to go, but why don't we take a bit of comment from our council? Yeah, council or Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so to clarify, you're kind of hoping that we'll answer that discussion question?
Yeah, if you could put that up on the board, that would be good.
So yeah, based on the three scenarios, I tend towards scenario C, I guess it is. I consider that kind of a decent balance. My concern generally with all of them is there's this, I don't know, presumption's the right word, but calculation that, there's a considerable, I think in option C, 1,700 housing units being built on the Red Tail Ridge site, which currently allows zero housing, which part of this process is, is changing some of those rules potentially, but my understanding, and maybe this goes to staff for clarification, but, that if we as a community say, yeah, housing makes a lot of sense in that part of our community, near transit, near new construction, near a hospital, near a high school, all those things, the owners of that property should have to come back with a GDP that will now or then align quite well with a comp plan where it didn't in the past, right? So maybe they have a better opportunity to sort of follow a comp plan, but it just feels like a huge question mark to be saying the way we're going to move forward is with, in option C, 1,700 homes, units in Red Tail, and with option B, 2,700 units in Red Tail. Without those 1,700 or 2,700 units, these numbers are pretty much halved, right? And so that's not, I just wanted to get that out on the early side as we're like talking through this, that that maybe, I don't know, maybe I wasn't expecting, because I spent 5 years on council and we've been dealing with Red Tail the entire 5 years. They're like, well, let's do residential up there. Like, oh my God, they're going to find that to be an interesting little switch. So like, is that really where we're headed? And if not, that makes a big impact on these potential paths, right? Where you would, if you didn't have residential up at Red Tail, you would need the B course to get anywhere near the number of units you would want in our housing plan, right? So I tend towards letter C, but I'm concerned about our ability to get housing into Red Tail. And so that pushes me a little bit farther towards option B. And so that's why I wanted to explain that part of it for me. But I really, to wrap up, I really like, the pieces in option C that, talk about that more environmentally sustainable to have work-live balance, to have people closer to where they're working, closer to transportation, having, much higher density towards that transit-oriented development, and focusing some of that change there. Of course, I'm a big proponent of affordable housing, and how that comes into these different things is interesting. And sometimes just higher density, smaller units is attainable. Sometimes you need to combine that with actual affordable. But yeah, I think what makes me happy about this is, of course, you need to look through the whole thing. And they're not asking us yet to this point, as I think Dietrich is alluding to, like, well, what else are we going to do in the center of this? Maybe it was Josh, but anyways, in the center of this, residential area with ADUs, with higher density units within it, some controversial and non-controversial topics within that. But I think it's a good path forward. I'm excited for the conversation. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Member Pro Tem. Others? Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I also kind of go along with Mayor Pro Tem's comments. My main concern at this point is, do we have the resources, both the environmental energy, green energy, to provide for new construction at this level? And also, do we have the water capacity for this many new units, business and residential? And so those would be my two concerns. Is that considered in the proposals?
Thank you. These are comments. We're okay with comments now. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So I agree. I think for me, we do need to, and we're hearing a lot from residents, we do need to think about the impact to the infrastructure. And I think we really need to be looking at that when we're setting this. We clearly have already defined we want additional housing opportunities throughout the community. I think affording the options out on Red Tail Ridge is a good idea. I think one of the tricky bits of this is going to be moving forward, if we do, is how do we make the people who live there feel like they're part of Louisville? Because right now, Red Tail Ridge doesn't really feel like it's part of Louisville. So how do we incorporate that in? And it looks like, Planning Commission and some residents have made some different suggestions on how we can do that. I think that's to be mindful. That's not necessarily something that shows up in a comp plan. And I don't think in a comp plan it's designated like this can only be senior housing in this portion of, Centennial Valley, for example. But I think a lot of residents feel like there's great opportunities specifically for less expensive senior housing, given the aging population that we have. I think if we open this up for greater opportunity, so maybe those are villas, maybe they're not considered single family, but also maybe it's not super high density, but it creates opportunities for our seniors to maybe free up some other homes somewhere else in our community, empty nesters to do the same. It would improve, I think, the feel. People talk about quality of life, the ability to walk places, to enjoy our libraries, to still participate in the rec center. Honestly, I think these are part of the costs that we have to really consider when we're improving this comprehensive plan and making it more available. I think those are components of what make Louisville such an amazing place to live. And if we're not going to consider that as part of this, then we should slow it down and think how we do that. How do we thoughtfully, very thoughtfully, maintain a high quality of life for the current residents and the new ones, the potential, 1,000 or more new residences that we're wanting to put in? We want to have some parks and some open spaces for them to be near and enjoy, not just, yep, that was super dense housing, you can walk to a bus, but you're going to have to take a drive to get to a park. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So I think that kind of thoughtful nature. So for me, I actually think there's somewhere between like almost A and C, based on the fact that 50% of this community has said something other or A as their choices. I can't sit here and say I'm one voice out of 20,000 people. We're asking people to respond to us. There's an awful lot of our residents that said A or something other than those three choices. So for me to sit here and go, 50% of you, whatever, we'll do C. I think is disregarding too many people's personal interests. And I think we should be figuring out maybe something with A and C, and it could be, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, allowing the residential construction on Red Tail could help facilitate that balance that people are looking for. Near transit, still quality of life. We know that there's a lot of new dedicated open spaces. So that's my perspective.
Member Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I think as between the choices in the packet, I'm in a similar place as the Mayor Pro Tem, sort of in between B and C. I lean a little bit more toward B than C for some of the same reasons he does. Although I think there's an opportunity to combine the best aspects of both. I think has been mentioned. I do come back to the question of expanding the opportunity areas to include more of the city. And you know, if we're going to be doing growth, frankly, of this magnitude, spreading it around a little bit, you know, and looking for those gentle infill opportunities, and not just the large-scale redevelopments or new developments, but looking at places in the city where there's opportunities to do ADUs, which I know is on our work plan, or duplexes or triplexes, or adaptive reuse of commercial spaces, and so on. And I worry that focusing on just the sort of three relatively narrow areas might deprive us of some of those opportunities to think creatively in a way that does respect the community character that we spoke to in our vision and values, but also spreads around some of the growth rather than trying to concentrate it into very particular pockets. The second point I want to make, and I only have two, is, you know, I think if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that use patterns can change really very quickly. I mean, COVID taught us that in a big way, and that sort of compounded some of the changing uses around retail and retail shopping in particular that had been going on for a few years before that, at least. And so one of the things I'm really going to be looking for is how do we do this in a way that's flexible and sort of doesn't pigeonhole each block of land into a very particular use that may not be supported by the market in the future. I mean, I think we can have a pretty clear vision of what the market is sitting here in 2024 or 25 now. But this is supposed to be a long-lasting, durable plan. And I think if you look at the plan we have now, it was insufficiently flexible to account for some of the changes that have happened during that time. And I would be very interested in some of the alternative approaches to sort of traditional use-based zoning. I think the mixed-use designations are a step in that direction. But I also think in response to my question earlier, I'd love to see approaches that focus more on functionality or performance or form over particular uses that may or may not be supported by future conditions. So those are some brief thoughts, but I do think B and C both provide a sort of a jumping off place for a good discussion.
Councilmember Cooperman.
So I actually filled out the resident survey online and went to the open house prior to being on council. And I'll say I chose other on the online survey. And, you know, that was because there are aspects of scenarios B and C that I like. I didn't think either of them had all the aspects that I wanted, so I chose other. You know, when I look at those scenarios in a little bit more detail, I think my primary concern is, although I like aspects of them, I have a very difficult time judging the suggested numbers. And I know they're just suggestions, but you know, I feel like I don't have enough information about the sort of impacts that some of the public speakers mentioned to really judge, you know, if we put in the number of units that are suggested in those particular scenarios, what will be the impacts on the environment or infrastructure and so forth. And so while I like the strategies in B and C, I feel like I need more information to make a judgment about how intensely should we pursue those strategies, on what scale should we pursue those strategies. And at the moment, I don't feel like I have that information.
Thank you. I liked, I guess, some aspects of B and C. I thought the Planning Commission's comments were very helpful, and strongly support most of those. I guess I have a couple of particular thoughts. I would echo Councilmember Hafner's comment about trying to be flexible. I go back and forth a little bit because I think at some level we're going to have to make some decisions, and some harder decisions, particularly, I mean, when you make decisions regarding places for housing, you're not going to put other stuff there.
You can see this is the image that has composite. This is a composite of all the different game board activities. And this is kind of a summary of what we heard from the different people who participated in this sticker game or kind of chip games. There's a big desire to see some infill development, especially in some of the existing commercial areas, that this is a great opportunity for affordable and senior housing because of the existing amenities that already exist within the area. So it's walkable to goods and services currently. And so some infill of some affordable housing and senior housing would be great. There were several comments about ensuring that parks and connectivity, so they're, ensuring safe crossings, ensuring that this area can be connected, that future development incorporates small little pocket parks so people still have access to open space is going to be important for future development in this area. So that's what we heard from the community, and we really want that to inform how we move forward with the future land use. So the top bullets are the community feedback. The bottom bullets are future land use approach. In your memo on page 5 and 6, there is much longer text associated with this. You can read through in a little bit more detail. We consolidated because it's a PowerPoint slide, not to overwhelm you with too much information, but refer to that memorandum and you should be able to read through. This is also has quite a substantive feedback on the engagement summary on page 29. So the different resources that were provided to you in your packets dig into each of these a little bit deeper. But part of the conversation that we want to have is based on this community feedback. How does that inform the future land use? And so what we are thinking that the direction for the future land use map in this area would be is considering some mid-density up to 3-story residential in some locations, especially closer to South Boulder Road and Highway 42. And thinking about mixed use with residential by right. So something that's not currently allowed, that would be a shift. But this is where the future land use map can help to fill in the gaps in small ways to increase the opportunities for housing throughout the community. And that's kind of where we're at with South Boulder Road, thinking about kind of 3-story residential, mixed use residential by right. We will share this for each of the 3 and then pause for discussion again. So opportunity area 2 really looks at downtown Louisville. In general, the community shared that downtown is the heart of the community, but that vibrancy and this being a central hub is really the direction people would like to see that go. There was some appetite for increasing mixed use, seeing more residential on kind of the 2nd and 3rd floors potentially of the downtown area. And really thinking about that vibrancy. And then also promoting that commercial and retail activity. And so often we see in downtown planning that housing and having people downtown can help to support the retail vibrancy in those areas. So from a future land use approach, we are thinking about mid-density and mixed use residential up to 3 stories in certain locations. We are thinking about infill development with residential by right in downtown as well. And also exploring some opportunities for gathering spaces to help support that downtown community vibe, whether that's through parks and plazas or through the streetscape improvements itself.
And I'll just add, as part of the conversation that we had with Planning Commission, there was a pretty detailed conversation about the difference between sort of the east side of downtown versus the west side of downtown. And that when we're talking about some of these higher densities, that they're more appropriate probably on the east side versus closer to the existing residential neighborhoods. So that's just some feedback that we heard from Planning Commission.
Another thing I heard from Planning Commission that really stuck out to me was that when people talk about what small town Louisville is, the historic core is that. And so if there's a place to really think about preserve small town feel, it's in that downtown area. Opportunity Area 3, McCaslin, was such an interesting conversation in all the tables that I sat at and at the open house. There's really a desire to see more mixed use in this area. So right now there is kind of focused office areas, some kind of larger sites, and people really want to see this area become more vibrant, be more connected through trails, through sidewalks, that it can be a bit more of a district. And one of the things that also came out at the at Planning Commission was the desire to see this be its own self-serving neighborhood, to have an identity and a character unto itself. And so really that's what you see reflected here. A desire to see more mid-density along Centennial Boulevard and thinking about higher densities towards Highway 36. I think there was a lot of positive feedback I heard around if there is a place for density in Louisville, it is around the former Cinnabar site, existing transit line, that's really the opportunity to capture that it's, closer to 36 and thinking about a transition as you get closer to the neighborhoods. And so I thought that was some really great feedback. Our future land use approach for this is thinking about more mid-density residential in Centennial. So maybe rezoning some of that from what's currently office. Thinking about higher density along Highway 36, 4 stories, maybe up to 5 in certain locations. And then really thinking about the integration of parks and trails so that there's a connected network between all of these different spaces and it starts to feel like its own neighborhood. The last one is Red Tail Ridge. As you all mentioned, it's been part of the conversation for a long time. What we heard through community feedback is that Red Tail Ridge should be integrated and self-sufficient. So it should balance jobs, housing, and open space. So that open space being a really critical component, a lot of people wanting to make sure that there's still kind of that sense of kind of openness and access to nature, but also recognizing that this is a really great opportunity for Louisville to increase jobs, to increase housing, and that these things can work together. There was concern about congestion on the roadways and making sure that future development is thoughtful about how it approaches roadway capacity, and thinking about both internal and external connectivity, both through trail systems, sidewalks, transit, and roadways. So our approach for the future land use in Red Tail Ridge is thinking about more mid, possibly high density housing, 3 up to possibly 4 stories. I'm really thinking through transit connections, especially at the future hospital site, as well as the former hospital site. Thinking about mixing housing with the office industrial uses in an appropriate way so that people can live and work in this area, and ensuring that green space and trails are really kind of part of the framework or the central core of this community. And so on the last page of your engagement summary, we have kind of this overall key findings that highlights a lot of what I just talked through in these 4 areas. As we move forward into the future land use classifications and future land use map, we will be thinking on focusing density in key areas to support diverse housing types. Really thinking how to improve transit. There was a lot of talk on the first and last mile connections, as well as ensuring safety on roadways and trails. Thinking about economy, so wanting that vibe that people come and stay and play in Louisville, both through events, but also through active retail. Ensuring that parks and open spaces are maintained. This is an important value and a key asset of the community. So protecting, preserving, and even improving the open spaces that are currently there. Sustainability is kind of at the core of all of this. Thinking about how future development is sustainable, thinking about the, modes of travel choices, thinking about resiliency in the environment, ensuring safety, health, and wellness. And that's just directly linked to equity to make sure that everyone in the community has opportunities to live, to travel, and to be the way that they hope to continue to love Louisville in their way.
And I know there were a lot of comments from community and council as part of the discussion related to infrastructure and understanding what are impacts to environment, sustainability, and particularly water. And those are part of some of our next steps. When you see a draft plan, we will have information related to water and other infrastructure. So we kind of need to go through this piece, but then we will make sure that there's clear analysis and coordination with staff and our sub-consultants on that piece. Really quickly, we wanted to run through the future land use classifications. So you can see here, there's that range of future land use classifications that we would anticipate to be part of the future land use map. So this is everything from low density residential, which is kind of existing single family neighborhoods, all the way up to higher density and mixed use development. And then making sure we're accounting for different types of economic and business sectors. So office space, restaurant, retail, and kind of thinking about mixed use, but also industrial uses. And then of course, parks, open space, public institutional. We're happy to come back and talk through any of these in more specificity if you'd like. So really quickly, we covered a little bit of this as we went through each of the opportunity areas, but we wanted to have a summary slide relative to feedback we heard from Planning Commission. So again, South Boulder Road, really a lot of support from Planning Commission on opportunities for housing and the importance of transportation and connectivity, particularly for people trying to get across South Boulder Road. That was something we also heard in the community engagement, and that will be important and also helps improve that connection to downtown. In terms of downtown, as we mentioned, kind of thinking about it in terms of different sub-districts. So 1 to 2 stories downtown, maybe 3 by DLO. And that this is the area really to preserve character and really lean into thinking about Louisville's small town character here. McCaslin, again, neighborhood, really thinking about connectivity, both north-south and east-west, making sure that there's safe passage across McCaslin within that area, and really being sensitive to those existing neighborhoods, particularly on the north. And so a transition or kind of feathering of height and density from kind of maybe a higher density along Highway 36 with some of the anticipated development from CU, and going lower height and slightly less density as you move north. And then again, Red Tail Ridge, thinking of that as a self-sustaining place, but also very connected to the rest of the community. So with that, we have 3 additional questions for council relative to the direction for the future land use map. And so I think primarily we're interested in what would you like to make sure is carried forward into the future land use map and comp plan, and what are things that you've heard that maybe shouldn't be brought forward, and that'll help us really make sure we're moving into the next steps and plan drafting appropriately. So I'll pause there and turn it back to council for conversation.
Thank you very much. Let's start with any questions about this part of the presentation. Okay. Let me float something. I actually want council's input on this, given the length of time it took us to go through the last single question. We've got 3 to consider here. And we can either ask the public and us later to deal with each question at a time, and we can go through the same way we did before, or we can have people comment on all 3 questions if they choose to, and then council can have a discussion about all 3 of those, one at a time, but all 3. I'm interested in thoughts of council on that.
I'm not sure I understand your question. He's just saying, should we do question 2 and then question 3 and then question 4, or should like Dietrich comment on 2, 3, and 4, and we could talk about it all at the same time?
The two scenarios are, I've already asked whether there are any questions about the presentation. The question is how we do the public comment and how we do council comment. I think it may be, as long as, our discussion, I'm less concerned about. Frankly, I am interested in trying to get the public to be able to comment on as many things as they can. So I'm inclined to say, put all of these to the public and ask to have comments on whatever ones that they choose to have comments on. And then we, as council, can go through each one of them one by one. The other way to do it would be to do, Q2, public comment, council discussion and direction, Q3.
The first approach.
And I kind of figured that would be the thought, but that's why I'm asking. I'm just. Yeah, well, it is conceivably a possibility, but it isn't now. So I think we have a consensus about how we're going to do this. So I just am looking for, just a little bit of a check on things. So there are 3 questions. They're up on the screen for those who are here. Obviously, they can see them on the screen. Hopefully, all of you who are on Zoom can see them on your screens as well. We'll take public comment, and then we'll come back to council. So if you want to comment on 1, that's fine. 2 of them, fine. All 3, that's fine too. Pardon me? There's 4, excuse me. What? Yeah, but there's 3. There are 3 there. You goofball. Q2, Q3, and Q4 to be very, very specific. So do we have any requests to comment publicly? No one is raising their hand to comment. All right. Looks like we have 1.
Okay, my name's Andy Johnson. I'm a resident and business owner here in Old Town. This is a little different than what I thought I was going to talk about for this topic, but relevant. 21 years ago, I blew off the comp plan discussion. 11 years ago, I was very involved and loved it and got really engaged. This is super important. It's not what everybody thinks it is, but it is our guiding principle, and it's super important that we keep this as our, not just mile marker, but this is what we talk about when we make decisions within the city, and we have not done that for a decade. So this is going to be, I think, a great comp plan. Staff, the consultants have done an amazing job. Huge kudos. They matched the intent of the original comp plan 11 years ago. In terms of the future land use map, it is really important that you guys understand this is not a zoning map, and nor should a comp plan ever be a zoning map. Zoning can follow this, but it doesn't have to. And so when we talk about future land use map, we are really just talking about what is our broader vision. And so that's what you hold. You get to be curious, and you get to be brave in some of these decisions, but you're not committing to rewriting the zoning code. That's another discussion. So with that, I'm not sure how to specifically answer all these questions. This requires way more than 3 minutes. But one thing that I think was incredibly insightful of Planning Commission, and I'm not sure how much it landed with that group, but I think it landed with the consultants, and I know it landed with staff, is the discussion of neighborhoods. When we talk about land use categories, these are broad categories. Everybody's going to get really zeroed in on like what they mean and the densities and all this stuff. We're not really talking about that dense in terms of what's being presented. It's really not that bad. What we're really talking about are neighborhoods. And it's not about land use categories, it's about how well are we going to create our neighborhoods? How well are we going to create the identities that don't exist in Louisville now, except for just downtown? We hang our hat on that, and our downtown cannot carry this entire town, and it keeps proving that to us time and time again. So when you think about this discussion is about how well will we create our neighborhoods, our new ones and our existing ones, but how well will we do that? That will speak to us building our entire community. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. It's very helpful.
Next up is Tamar.
Hi, thank you. I apologize if I didn't get the first round of public comments, but I just wanted to make one quick comment about the data because I'm really confused because I gave long answer questions in the survey to some of the questions. What do you think can advance sustainability in Louisville? And those are not in the appendix. So if anybody during this meeting has the ability to just show the public where the long answer questions from the survey are located, that's available to the public, I would be really grateful. I just wanted to say that the first question, based on community feedback, what should be carried forward to that table of future land use map recommendations? I would say that you should take the information that was actually asked of people in the survey, and it would be really great if you could do another online survey and ask people what building heights they want to see and about the stuff that you put into that table of recommendations. It doesn't seem to be reflected in the questions that you asked. So I see something kind of mixed up right there. I mean, the future, I'm not sure what land use categories mean, so just skipping down to question number 4 that you have over here on the board. I think that I really loved how Andy Johnson put it about how this does not make these zoning decisions, but it really does pave the way. And when you ask what flexibility should exist to allow for changing conditions, I think that it's important that we put that in our code, because right now we have city code that, and specific criteria for amending the comprehensive plan. So I would love to see that those criteria made really clear, and that you would, when you answer this question, that you refer to the code and the criteria for amending the comprehensive plan. And it all depends on, the flexibility all depends on how strongly you are going to state policies. I don't, in the new table of contents, I don't see anything about stating policies, but rather a visual of what's going to be in the map. So if you could explain how that's going to be. In our previous comprehensive plan, we had policies, and then we had strict codes for how to amend that. So I guess I'm asking more questions, but I'm hoping that through your discussion that you'll explain the intersection between the code, the criteria for amending the comprehensive plan, and elaborate on what Andy Johnson was just saying on how this will influence zoning decisions or won't influence zoning decisions. Thanks for taking my comment. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry if I didn't say it. My name is Tamar Krantz. I live in Ward 3.
Thank you, Tamar.
Thank you.
Do we have other interest in public comment? Okay. And we'll come back to council. And why don't we take these one at a time for the benefit of the consultant. I think we can emphasize or de-emphasize which ones we think are critical. But let's start with Q2, the unfortunate acronym FLUM, which is an important acronym, but I wish we could have had something else, but I think it will do the trick tonight. So based on community feedback, what should be carried forward to a preferred FLUM and what should not be considered? Who'd like to start us off? Yes. Councilmember Cooperman.
Just a little question first. I assume we're mostly looking at this table 1, the FLUM recommendations for the first, or for question number 2. And so I'm wondering, should we look at the separate opportunity areas, or?
That is, let me ask a question. Excuse me. Let me ask the consultant for an opinion there, and then we can decide. That's a good question, Josh.
Yeah, it is specific to the different opportunity areas. If it's helpful, I can pull over the packet so that that's on screen with that table. It's on page 16 of the packet. Would that be helpful here?
I think that would, yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing that now?
Yes, we are.
Great.
And that shows 2 of the 4 opportunity areas, right? Or does it
Yes,
show all of them?
and then the next page, page 17, it shows 3 and 4.
We've got a
I was-
question from the director. of
Another
Community
question, maybe just a recommendation, because this worked really well with Planning Commission. They were kind of in the same position you were at. And we went area by area and opened it up for input on each area. And that was pretty efficient. And, you know, certainly if you agree with everything, you can say you agree. Or if there's things you have questions on or comments on, we could just direct it, each area all the way through.
I think that's a good suggestion. So why don't we start? Let's start with South Boulder Road because it is Area 1 there. First crack to the members from Ward 1. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in general, you know, having read through this the other day and reading through it again today, I mean, generally, I agree. So left column, you know, community feedback, and second right column, you know, future land use approach. I guess for a simple term like this makes sense to me. I agree with the public input, and the future land use approach makes sense to me. I don't have, you know, strong opinions other than to say, yeah, I think along South Boulder Road and along Highway 42, and certainly at the intersection of those 2, that is a good spot for some of the stuff we're talking about here. And occasionally, you're not talking about 4 or 5 story buildings, you're talking about 2 or 3 story buildings. I think there's a lot of good connectivity there to our underpasses that already exist and bike paths that exist and all that stuff. And so I think it's a great area for mixed-use development. There's a lot of commercial around there, a lot of residential around there. And I do think from a transportation perspective, this is, you know, one of our trickier spots currently as South Boulder has become pretty popular east-west. So, you know, we're doing improvements in Highway 42, doing improvements on South Boulder Road eventually. So I think that those things will matter. But I basically take no issue with any of the 5 bullet points in the Area 1 South Boulder Road.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks. Yeah, also, generally speaking, I like what I see in this table for the South Boulder Road area. I think the Planning Commission stressed pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, especially to downtown, which I wholeheartedly agree with. You know, we also have the complication there of the train tracks. So yeah, so I think there are a lot of places where we could work on that kind of connectivity in this region. The other thing I would point to is, right, it calls out pocket parks. I would like to see a little bit more than that in this area. In particular, I feel like there's a wildlife corridor which kind of stretches across the whole of Louisville and cuts through this opportunity area. And so I would love to see that preserved in some form, not just as a pocket park. Although I totally agree that in other locations, it might be appropriate for pocket parks as amenities for new residential. And I was just a little bit curious, are there currently regulations around the building height in that area? Since it says opportunity for considering 3 stories?
It goes zone district by zone district, what the height is, but our highest allowance is 3 stories in any of our zone districts, so it's pretty consistent with existing character.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks. Others? Yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. I mostly agree with what's in the table. I think there's a couple key things about South Boulder Road. One is, to me, it's one of the areas where we have what's called on the internet a strode. It's sort of a combination of a street and a road, and that there are lots of sort of businesses and turnouts and places where you have to pull off South Boulder Road in the way that you would if it were a street, but it's also a really high throughput arterial for us and is a road in that sort of in that vein, and we end up with the challenges of having something that has to serve all of the things that face it and carry a lot of traffic down it at the same time, which makes it not great for vehicles, not great for pedestrians, not great for bikes. It's sort of a worst of all worlds approach. And so one of the things I would suggest for South Boulder Road is how do we get these uses while making the road itself more functional for everyone that uses it? And I think that would be consistent with our transportation master plan, as well as some of our other goals around sort of moving people around efficiently. The other thing I'd really love to see is it seems to me that it's a barrier not only to sort of crossing from one side of South Boulder Road to the other, but also sort of connectivity to downtown. And if you're over in that part of town, how do you get to downtown, especially if you're not in a car? And so thinking about it sort of in a neighborhood-esque way in terms of connectivity to downtown and other parts of the city also feels important to me.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So I actually like your comment about a strode. I've not heard that term. But I would say in a lot of other communities across the country I've been in, this is not a practical solution because of the amount of space, but they have frontage roads that are meant to, you pull off, and that frontage road facilitates all the businesses and all the shops and things like that. And it really allows for a lot less for the traffic flowing that's coming through in a major artery, but still allows for people to get in and out and park. It's great for people who are biking as well because they're out of the heavy duty flow. I will comment though, there's a development, and I apologize for not remembering the name of the apartment complex. It went in several years ago. It's actually right on the track. So it's the north side of South Boulder Road, right where the train tracks are kind of at Main Street. And that's actually, there's a traffic light there. And I see lots of people all the time back and forth crossing with their bikes and walking. And so it does seem like it's easier because it's not at that major South Boulder 42 intersection. So, and then they just come right down Main and they're in, the downtown area. And I talk to a lot of people who are over there. I tend to walk actually on some trails back in there. So it's great. And that might be kind of where you're talking about the corridor is, Josh, the animals and stuff. I'm not 100% certain. It is a great opportunity. I'm just curious, is there a reason that we're limiting some of this to the east side? So east of Via Appia, that there aren't other land use opportunities all along South Boulder Road, since it's such a great transit there's so many bus stops and things along in there.
I would just say we heard this from the Planning Commission. We've heard it a little tonight, is there probably needs to be some thought for expanding out of the identified opportunity areas, and up and down South Boulder Road could make a lot of sense. So I think that's a great comment that we can look at how to incorporate that into the plan.
That'd be awesome. I'd love to see it. It's so easy to get in and out of like Boulder and to Lafayette, whether it's for work or whether this is where you're living or shopping. It's super simple for people around town to get to. Other than that, I like the suggestions. And the apartment complex that I was mentioning, it's already a 3-story apartment complex, to your point. There's several properties in there. And what's funny is I was commenting to Caleb, and it didn't even stick out in his mind that, oh my gosh, it's a 3-story building. It's set a little bit, farther from the road. So it's set back enough. And I think if there's different, topography that we can take advantage of. So if there's spots on South Boulder Road that sit sort of below the height of a road, I think it's easier to hide some of the density that, if you will, the look and feel that people may have concerns about, and still add great accessibility, like where we have a 2-story townhouse, maybe it's a great opportunity for the 3-story townhouses to be, or row homes to be going in there along South Boulder. So I do like this idea.
Other council comments? I myself, oh, pardon? Oh, Josh, you got more comments, Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a couple little items. First of all, I very much liked your comments about South Boulder Road being a strode. And then with respect to Councilmember Kern's comments about the rest of South Boulder Road, like one area in particular, which I think might be nice to think about, is South Boulder between Kennedy and Washington, where there is some commercial development. I could imagine that becoming something much more interesting. And then the last thing, though, so coming back to the opportunity area as defined here, and thinking about its sort of neighborly characteristics, right? There's basically strip malls, right, in a couple of locations, which I don't know. I never feel like they have a very, have a neighborly quality. Not that the businesses in them, some of those businesses or a lot of those businesses, do foster a neighborhood quality, but the structure in which they're embedded with a huge parking lot doesn't for me. So I think that might be one thing to consider in terms of, sort of building that into more of a neighborhood than it currently is. Thanks.
Thank you. You're talking, without saying it, you're talking about what is designated as a blight area. I agree with mostly with the 5 points. I think I would emphasize one thing that I've just heard on and on for 10 years, which is and it's a challenge, but the Planning Commission talked about it a little bit, but the connectivity is really important. It really is, and it's going to continue to be important. I think trying to make, I've heard comments from folks, kind of north of South Boulder Road on, west of 42, that they feel cut off, which may be an overstatement, but I don't think so. I just think over time that has felt harder. And I think you can have, the neighborhoods are, I think, pretty strong north of there, but there are contiguous neighborhoods separated by a strode or South Boulder Road, whatever you want to call it, that I think deserve the kind of attention on connectivity that's important. I think that's true east-west on 42. We're going to be doing some things there, but I think trying to give the neighborhoods a feel of connection to the downtown. It's a little different than just neighborhood. It really is connection to the downtown, and vice versa. I think that's something I really always hope for, and I think I just remember being saddened by a comment that of people in North End, and I'm sure Mr. Cathcart has been told this many times. It's like, it seems much more like we're part of Lafayette. Well, what's going to help make that part a little more part of downtown? I think also, you know, I like the idea, the area that Councilman Cooper was talking about up near Kennedy, and between that and Washington. I guess I was thinking of it just a little different, but maybe it's the same general concept, which is I think that's going to be ripe for redevelopment at some point. And you know, again, don't want to get down in the weeds, but I think trying to bring those are wonderful neighborhoods up there, and to try to help, you know, integrate better with that area. I don't see that area, the commercial or office areas, necessarily, you know, tightly bound to the rest of the residential neighborhood. I think there could be interesting ideas up there, and on the other side of the street there as well. But anyway, I mean, I'd be very curious about ways in which we can improve that. Other comments, Councilmember Kern.
Actually, to build on that, I think that when we do this, there has to be some thoughtful intent to the neighborhoods that are currently there and that are very long established neighborhoods in Louisville on the west end of South Boulder Road. This gets very confusing. I'm looking at a map in my head. And I think, you know, we should be mindful of that. And, you know, when we do make some of these decisions, so the sort of the top of the hill, South Boulder Road, right? But it is kind of a great space. Think about it. The walkability for those neighborhoods up there to get to anything retail is basically none. And to add some maybe like two-story mixed use could create retail opportunities and housing opportunities. It could be super walkable. There's lots of trails and parks and going even under South Boulder already there, which makes it really safe and nice if you're going back and forth. You could even be parking on one side and walking to shops that are on the other to get to multi-shop, right? if you will, with, you know, if you do have to drive there. So I do like the idea of creating more flexibility in the development or somebody's creative ideas on how to move forward out of like what was put there in the late 90s.
Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I just want to add that there's another section of South Boulder Road on the north side that's in between Washington and Kennedy and Highway 42, kind of around Via Appia, that also has a lot of business and parking lots, as you were mentioning, that could also use some help in getting people across South Boulder Road and in and out of their parking lots.
Other comments? Is that enough?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this is perfect. I think we'll, you know, as you go through each one, not the last bite at the apple, but I think we just need the general confirmation allows us to go forward and develop these concepts further.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It is 8:07 right now, and I do want to take a break because it's about that time. But I want to do a quick time check with council. I think we have, the question is, we've got 2 more questions to go. I think we're kind of rolling, chugging along here, so we're certainly going to finish this. I think we can crank away on the IEC code. If we have time, we can deal with the item that was flipped from consent, or we can put that off if we have to. Yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
I'm happy to continue through this one and tackle whatever else we need to. I would be hesitant to put off the selection of a consultant for the vision plan, given that I think what you're teeing up is a choice that may delay that process in and of itself, and so kicking that down the road further to then maybe delay it would give me a little pause.
And that's fine if everybody is comfortable with that. All right, let's take a break till 8:15. Thank you, folks. All right, I'll give people a little bit more time. Thank you. We're back, and I think we had a slide up on the questions. Excuse me, we're on question 3. Oh, excuse me, we're on question, yeah, we are on question, no? Area 2, sorry. Area 2. So comments about looks like 9 points regarding Area 2. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I can get this done pretty quickly on my account. Mostly focused on the right side. Maintain ground floor retail and other street level activities. Love it. Mid-density residential in some locations, including above ground floor retail. Absolutely love that. Consider 3 stories. I think we've talked about as maybe more on the Delo side than on the Main Street side. I think that's absolutely appropriate. Support enhanced community gathering spaces. I mean, our vision plan is right on pace with that, and I think that's hugely important on both sides, and addressed as a special character area with supplemental policies addressing design, scale, and land use. So I think, yeah, absolutely, downtown needs, its own special consideration for mostly what I call, historic preservation. We have a cool, very short, 3-4 block area, but 1 story, 2 story, 3 story, 1 story, 2 story, 1 story, 3 story, 2 story. So it's not about like we can't have 3 story or you can't have 1 story, but the idea that it has to have its own sort of look and feel that are not easily just create a rule that you can have 3 story everywhere. So I think these are all great points. I think they hit it really well. Obviously, it makes sense. There are a lot of people working on it, but I'm in total agreement with Area 2.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, Council.
I think, shockingly, mine will be almost as quick. I agree. I think the thing that I would add in again is kind of expanding the scope. I think that Councilmember Hefner said it correctly. We need to be looking at infill opportunities, or at least opening the door for people who want to take advantage of those opportunities. There are actually several places in what's considered kind of like the old town portion of Louisville. I think there's an old school that got renovated and was made into apartments, and it's lower income, I think, even. And it's a couple of blocks north of Emory Square, up in there.
Yeah.
There's an old brick building. And see, it's so blended in that it doesn't stand out in people's minds as being an obstacle, right? So instead, why don't we embrace that kind of thing? That's what I would love to see more developers be able to come in and do, or I don't know, homeowners or whomever is in the process of that, to allow those kind of opportunities. I mean, we see a lot of people coming in, taking an old house down, putting in, these beautiful, gorgeous houses, but maybe there's an opportunity for somebody to put in like a duplex that looks like and feels like the original single-family home did from the street side type of thing. We have incredibly creative architects in our community who I know can do things like that. So, but my point is I wouldn't want to tie the hands of people to create that opportunity, and that would be some awesome housing, I think, for a lot of people to have that, talk about walkability, bikeability, more people going to our restaurants and spending their money in local retail. I really think that needs to be a part of this, Rob.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and also think everything that's in here. My comment about downtown is always looking at downtown as sort of one of the most, or the most loved part of Louisville, and thinking about where else in Louisville would you even be allowed to build that way again today? And the answer, I think, is nowhere, right? Because we don't allow it. We don't allow those kind of silly long lots that are all jammed right next to each other with no parking, and the sort of mix of uses that have developed, and a lot of the other sort of idiosyncrasies about Main Street that make it charming and unique. And so this isn't necessarily a comment about how our comprehensive plan should address this area, but thinking about the other areas, like legalize Main Street, right? Like, why don't we allow that kind of development that we really like in other commercial districts, and allow folks the flexibility to build what makes sense, rather than having overly prescriptive design guidelines and so on that require huge setbacks and parking areas and shrubberies and et cetera. So that's one thought. The other thing I would add to downtown Louisville is within reason, and I think consistent with the sort of intent of what's in the packet here, allowing residential by right, as we've said for some of the other areas, if it is above that ground floor retail, or if it is sort of on the outer lying areas of downtown, not having folks have to come in for some sort of discretionary approval and so on. And I did want to just respond briefly to the comment we got earlier that this isn't a zoning code. It's not, but we do have on our agenda for 25 using this document to selectively rezone parts of the city and then rewrite our entire development code. So I'm very mindful that this is our playbook for zoning and for our development code, and want to keep an eagle eye focus on the implications for our future legal changes or ordinance changes.
Anyone else? Councilmember Cooperman.
I have, maybe I'll start off with a question. So we have, right, a downtown framework plan, and I'll admit that I'm not that familiar with it. So I'm curious how the items in the table sort of align with that downtown framework plan. Yeah, that would be my.
I think the downtown framework plan talks a lot about design standards. It doesn't talk about as much about use. I think the parts of the table that address design on the west side of the railroad tracks are consistent with our current downtown design standards and the framework plan. But I think there's a lot of comments about use that aren't addressed in that plan.
Okay, that's very helpful. So I would say, generally speaking, I like what I see in the table for downtown. And I'll just add that I very much like the slogan "Legalize Main Street." Thanks.
But do you like the comment that Councilmember Hefner made about shrubbery? I think the only thing I would say is just to underscore that downtown is the jewel of the city. I think in terms of how people often think of Louisville, it's pretty hard to think of Louisville and its character and its charm without having that come to mind. That's not to say that other areas of the town aren't beautiful and wonderful and quaint and charming. It's just maybe a function of history and hopefully good planning and upkeep and all that. But I think these comments are dead on, so I'm not going to add anything more to it. Why don't we move to the next area? South McCaslin Corridor, and just open it up. Who would like to? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll speak briefly and more broadly on this one. I think what we heard is exactly right. Highest density closest to 36, lowest density closest to current housing. But I still think no necessarily, not looking for single family homes anywhere, but yes, tapering from high density to low density is a good way of putting it. And I think this is maybe one of our best opportunities for both partnering with the CU moment and otherwise for us to have a really substantial amount of, high density, mid density, affordable workforce, transit oriented, all the things we're looking for in part of this area. So I agree with all the points here. And then just noting the obvious that Davidson Mesa is so close to this, so making sure there's good connectivity up to Davidson Mesa and otherwise over to the Arboretum and the rec center that we sort of, alluded to with the new striping of McCaslin, that like being able to take your bike from west of McCaslin, west of McCaslin to the rec center should be easier, right? And so if we build housing of any kind here to the west of McCaslin, that we're looking for those connections, and we'll need to make a lot of better connections across McCaslin for these residents, generally speaking. So that's a huge priority with this, but this all strikes perfectly for me. This is a great area for this, not rezoning, but future rezoning. Future land
Councilmember
use
Fahey.
map.
Thank you. Yes, I'll agree with what Mayor Pro Tem just said and expand on that a little bit. I go back to Andy Johnson's comments about it being a neighborhood, and could we get a park and access to the park from all of these new residential units that are going in, so that it does feel like a community and not, an extension of housing stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Also, transportation is critical from that area. I think going to the bus stop on 36 is wonderful if you want to leave town, but what about if you want to go downtown or go to the rec center or something closer by? But I really like the idea of putting in a park and making it a neighborhood.
Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So I remember years ago, there was a discussion and maybe even actually a plan, just never went anywhere, to help revitalize all of McCaslin. There were pictures talking about how to make sidewalks wider, maybe like multi-use paths, which would have been brilliant. It was putting trees and things like that between the road and people. Because I will tell you right now, having lived here for nearly 30 years on McCaslin, I literally have experienced this road every single day for 30 years, just about. It is not an enjoyable place to, even if you're just gonna like walk down to Busaba for dinner and walk home, it is disgusting. It's horrible. I mean, I have actually been hit by rocks as cars go flying past me. And I think we need to make bigger improvements than just the flume instead of the flum. I think that this is a great start for that, but I would love to see, if we're going to encourage more residential, to Councilmember Fahey's point, to make that whole area, when I moved here, it was called New Louisville, because it was built in the early 90s, and it would be nice instead if it was just like this wonderful kind of, there's the east side of town, which is our amazing downtown. What if our west side of town was the amazing McCaslin corridor? And not a corridor, but just like a gathering space. I mean, what they're doing at Relish is incredible. The pickleball, they're going to be doing outdoor engagement things, taking use of a big old Sam's Club parking lot. And, the idea is to make it into a gathering space for the whole, for everyone in the community to have an ulterior or an alternate place other than just front. And I think things like that we can allow and encourage. And to the point of a park, I like the idea of any kind of grassy areas. I tend to right now go through all of the commercial parks. So I often would walk to Lowe's or Home Depot, get something and walk home. And I would never walk along McCaslin. I would always cut through. It's all sidewalks. It's great. On the weekends, there's nobody there. So it was quite lovely. So maybe that should have something that encourages vibrancy on the weekends, places to go. And my little neighborhood in Cornerstone actually doesn't have a park, but we are across from the Arboretum, so that's kind of a nice Benny, I guess. So it doesn't always have to have a park right in your neighborhood as long as it's nearby. I wanted to point out one thing that I think works well in McCaslin is the Centennial Lofts that's near the Walgreens. That's an example that has underground parking, which I know is expensive. I know it gets a lot of pushback, but it's so great. It creates a safe space for people to keep their cars, and they're not taking up all that land. It's a 3-story apartment building, condos technically. And it's lovely. It's sort of modern, it lives well, it's got outdoor spaces in it. So the creative use of that space, and then you have all of that retail shopping that's easy for everybody to get to. Yeah, Busaba's there. That's what I walk to all the time. Restaurant and a bar within walking distance. Good house to live in. And I think that especially when we're talking about increasing the residential component to the McCaslin corridor, we absolutely must constantly consider as part of this the wildfire resiliency. So we need to make certain that if we are putting open spaces in, these are places that can be managed and they don't put more people, new people, in high risk of wildfire, or the current community in higher risk because of new possible conflagration issues. So I think that's all to kind of strategically keep in mind, because all of that is against a lot of grasslands on the far west side of town. I think the high density by 36 is excellent. I do think that there is some opportunity, though, in creating these really cool neighborhoods potentially in the Centennial Valley area. Should we do some, I guess that would be it would be the piece after the flume, but the rezoning. But if we did allow for something like that, I think some single family, the way that it's like that dense single family where they're basically separated almost by like a person's width, if you will, but they feel like a single family home for people. They've got their own garage, maybe they're like a 3-story or they're a 2-story with a loft, and they vary. We see a lot of these different kinds of things going in other communities. They're contemporary, they're popular, which is great. And they're popular for young families, people who can actually walk lots of stairs. So that's, really fun. And I think many years ago, there was a proposal for some senior housing, like a senior development to go, correct me if I'm wrong, on the continuation of Appiah, so is that Centennial, like just across from Hillside. And it didn't go anywhere. But it was really popular idea to allow for that and move forward with projects like that in that area. I mean, you've got a lot of people who live on that side of town that would probably enjoy downsizing, taking the community that they currently live in, and maybe they and several of their neighbors move into a development. They're all still in Louisville. They're all still really near the rec center. And to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, it's basically impossible to cross McCaslin, I'll just tell you that. Anywhere. So we need to really improve it and make it a lot safer.
I've go ahead, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I was just going to be brief and agree with what we just heard from Councilmember Kern, and in particular the look back to the McCaslin Small Area Plan, which I think correctly diagnosed many of the same problems that we're continuing to deal with today. I think the prescriptions were maybe a little different than what we're talking about now, but certainly the underlying issues were quite similar. Maybe only the mayor was around for this. Were you around for the Small Area Plan? I hope this bite at the apple will generate some real change in that area, because I do think it's one of the sort of low-hanging fruits of this comprehensive plan, is really thinking about the future of McCaslin.
Good segue. I've probably spent more time thinking about this area than some of the others, at least recently. And I spent a lot of time talking with people during the campaign about it, because a lot of people were very interested in what my ideas and other ideas were for improving it, because we certainly haven't gotten the economic performance out of it that we had hoped for a long time. And I think, I've talked about what happened 10 years ago-ish on comp plan, and I think there were a lot of missed opportunities, and I think the politics in the city were different. I think the society has changed, and our city has changed pretty substantially. And residents who've lived here a long time have also changed quite a bit. There's still some who don't want any change at all on that side of the city, but most I have heard actually want to see much more excitement. after the fire, one of the things that I was fond of saying about this area is that all of the people coming back, and I mean in wards 1 and 2, deserve a place like downtown, a destination to go to that has activated and exciting areas to be, spaces, and I don't know exactly what those look like. I think that's we don't have to decide that, but there's a lot of people who had the faith in our community to rebuild there, and I think we owe it to them to give them a community or a place that's accessible and walkable and so forth. And I'm excited about that. And I think I'm hearing some discussion about that tonight and appreciate that. There's a lot of activation going on over there, and I think that's going to continue. I mean, relish, I would include Biodesics in that. I would include all the newer restaurants, even in the Centennial Shopping Center there. I would obviously include CU and Kroger. These are going to make for, I think, really wonderful opportunities, I think, for great neighborhoods. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Johnson earlier in his discussions about that. We really ought to think of that. That's part of what the Louisville heart is the people and the neighborhoods. And we need to think really well about that and to help to lay the groundwork and have the plan to make that germinate or help that to germinate. CU is going to be a marvelous, I think, catalyst for a whole bunch of things over there, not the least of which is transportation-oriented development, and it'll be something that they can help us with. And I think we ought to think of them as a dynamo in terms of helping to build neighborhoods and their interest in being part of our neighborhoods and our community, which is very strong as far as I understand. In the Centennial Valley, I think we've talked about making it possible to rezone west of McCaslin. It's curious to hear about comments around letting future councils decide things, which I think is great. There was a strong attempt, partially successful, to stop any residential whatsoever from occurring west of McCaslin. I think that we ought to be very much considering that and exploring that and being curious about what we can do to, I think the landowners over there are very interested in that too. I think the McCaslin Boulevard is a tough nut and is going to be a really interesting tough nut to crack because we need that. We need the trips that boulevard provides to area commuters and provides the opportunities for businesses along there to thrive, and hopefully provides, for the neighborhoods that are going to be there, but making it something other than what it is right now is I think, going to be I don't know how to do that. I think there were ideas about that in the small area plan the last time. I think dusting that off a little bit and taking a look at those among other options, probably a really good idea. The last thing I would say is something I haven't talked about before here, but it is really my own and a number of other people's dream to have a cultural center west of McCaslin. And I think that's something that would be a wonderful amenity that would serve the entire community, perhaps a little better than the building that we have doing it right now, doing a lot of work for that. But wouldn't that be a nice opportunity, a nice amenity for the neighborhoods over there to thrive? So, you know, I think to the extent that I've added a couple of things in there, it's mostly the last that I've suggested. But I mean, thinking beyond just what's currently zoned, I think is really important. Because I think if we think only in terms of what we have zoned for, we're going to get the same thing that we've had for the last 10 years, which is a whole lot of nothing. And thank goodness we're on a different path. And I think you get a council that's pretty enthusiastic about it as I hear the comments. So anyway, if anybody else has anything to say about Area 3, yes, Councilmember Cooperman, please.
I'll keep it short. I basically agree with what all of my fellow council members have said. I just wanted to add two points. The first being, I think we should be a little bit cognizant of the view shed of the Centennial Valley from Davidson Mesa. And then the other one is, you know, the Centennial Valley it's not huge, but it's large. And the development there so far is, I don't know, a little bit haphazard in the sense that there are, you know, lots, and then there are buildings, and there are other lots that are not developed. So I think sort of given the size and what development there currently is, we need to be sort of thoughtful about how do we really create the sort of neighborhoods that we want to see there. And I'm not sure what the best way to do that is, but I think just to really be aware of that fact.
Thanks. Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Could we make it, as one of our residents, David Hooley, said, a cultural center, and then attached to it is a big, lovely community center?
I don't want to get, I want to be curious about all kinds of stuff out there. So I wouldn't put it past good minds to think of something that might be that as well. Anyone else before we pass on to Red Tail Ridge? Okay, does Director, do you have enough direction?
Yeah, these are great comments. I think they're right on and helpful for the consultants and staff. And then as you're going into Red Tail Ridge, you saw it on the map, but we didn't talk about it, but this also includes the existing Avista property. We're all considering that as the Red Tail Ridge opportunity area.
Thanks for that clarification. That's useful. Councilmember Fahey.
Well, I'll start it off by reminding everyone about the ballot issue we had about a year ago on Red Tail Ridge and residential that went down in flames. And so I would not encourage changing anything to allow for housing at Red Tail Ridge. If we're including the existing hospital location, if we wanted to transform the existing hospital into housing, or if they need to tear it down and put up housing instead, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
As for clarification, the ballot measure, the GDP we passed had 0 residential in it. So the thing they voted against had 0 residential in it. When residential was brought to us back in 2019, 2020, it didn't even make it to council comment before they were like, wow, never mind, we don't even want to talk about it. And I was disappointed because I was really excited to talk about affordable housing and high density housing. I thought it was a wonderful area for that kind of thing, but it never even came to council with any housing concept of any kind. And so what got sent to the voters, just again for clarification, did not have any housing in it. So again, I made my comments earlier. As a council person, I don't know. I'm concerned about what, bait and switch isn't right, but what feels like, how are we possibly this far down the road with Redtail, and then we turn around and say, oh yeah, I mean residential would be great there. Again, I from 2018 forward thought residential made some sense there. They had senior housing, they had high density housing near the commercial areas, they had thoughtful housing, to have housing with business. It's more environmentally friendly, it's less trips, it's all those things. So I'm not against this. I'm perplexed. It's perplexing to think how we're going to do anything policy-wise to say, yeah, this density, high density, near the hospital, near the school, all these things makes perfect sense. And then we're coming back to the Redtail concept only if, right, a private landowner wants to come back and rezone and say, hey, I want to put residential here, but I mean, we had a 3-year debate about what could and couldn't be there. So this just feels, I mean, I'd love to hear other people's opinions. I don't have problems with residential in Redtail. I don't know how we get from where we've been to there cleanly or without having a huge public debate about that. So it is interesting that the public seems to, through surveys and otherwise, been like, yeah, that makes sense there. I'm like, oh God, okay, sure. So that's the end of my confusing comments.
I'll add my 2 cents here. I agree with you on those comments. I too am not completely. I'm not opposed to considering parts of Redtail for. I mean that for housing. I don't think that's something that's. I think it would be really odd. I think there's, but I think it's interesting that the public seems to be maybe interested or at least accepting of that. And who knows? I mean, maybe the developer's interested in that or might be. I don't know. I guess it would be nice not to foreclose the possibility. That's I guess as far as I would go is I don't think we can't decide anything here on that, but saying that that's something that might be of interest, it might well be. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thanks for the second chance to comment. I think one thing that was interesting in the process, right, was our comp plan says this about this area, and so you are very much going against our comp plan if you want to add residential. But as a history lesson, our comp plan, to my understanding, was kind of based on the plan that had been developed. Like it's already been like a GDP has been passed and for ConocoPhillips and all this, like they're doing this thing. So when we talk about the comp plan, it's like, well, yeah, I guess we want to do the thing they're doing there. And I think a lot of people pointed back to the comp plan and said, it wasn't really like a comprehensive plan choice of what we wanted to do there. It was matching what had just been approved to be done there. And I think maybe we're making the same mistake today is say, well, why would we talk about that area? We just approved, new plats and whatever to do a certain thing there. So I guess the thing that belongs there is the thing we just approved, as opposed to saying, well, as council, as visionaries of what we want in the future, what would be a good use of that area, regardless of what the conversation has been over the last few years. So I'm kind of going back on myself, but just realizing that is one of the things that was hard for me was like, God, how accurate is this comp plan if it's just based on the PUD that got approved, right?
If I'm understanding you correctly, and I don't want this just to be a back and forth between us, but I think that leaving those choices open, it doesn't mean they're going to happen. It just means that's something that if somebody brought that to us, someday, that we wouldn't be saying absolutely, positively no. And I think that's part of what the comp plans are about. They're about expansiveness in the sense of trying to anticipate a long time in the future what might be out there. And foreclosing options, I have had experience with that, and I don't like it. I have real concerns about people saying absolutely never, ever, ever, ever. I can say we don't ever, ever, ever want a Sunoco plant in Louisville, but I think that's an easy one. But these other kinds of possibilities, I certainly wouldn't want to foreclose. Yes, Councilmember Hafner, did you have your hands up? Oh, nope. Others? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Mayor, you always reference things that you heard when you were campaigning last year. And I think this is something that I did actually hear an awful lot about too, was Red Tail Ridge. Development, no development, residential, no residential, open space. And I think having a lot of really nice new open space available for this community, like right across from Monarch, is going to be a wonderful add once it gets going and gets done. I would not like to close the door. Instead, I'd like to leave the door open, which I think is what all of you are saying, to the developers in Red Tail. I think what I heard, though, is to your point of people saying, like, are they interested, are they not? Everything I heard was transit-oriented communities. So the closer you are to 36 with these, and maybe like 36 and that's not Highway 42, but whatever that section is down by Broomfield, like that area, most people said, oh my gosh, and you see it on the map too, right? You see the big buildings that people put on the pictures of the map. People keep saying that would be so great. There's already Via Vara right across the street. There's a lot of dense housing. There's hotels down there. That would be a great. You don't know where I'm like. It's the old. Okay, you just sorry. Like he just looked confused when I was saying that. So I think what I kept hearing and hear now is people say that would be a really good place. But my comment earlier, which is how do we help that community, because it should be like a neighborhood, right? Feel like it's part of Louisville. And I think that would be tricky to do, but it's a great a multifamily opportunity, like the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, an opportunity for some workforce housing, when the hospital moves and some of those new commercial buildings are going into Red Tail that are projected to go in. I think putting the housing closer, like on the north side, the north side of Red Tail Ridge is not what I hear an interest in residents. They wanted even more open space, not 4-story apartment buildings up there. So I think what I hear from people is, give the opportunity for not just the commercial development, but residential development to the south side by 36. And it would be good. The old, where the Vista is currently, again, I'll go back to my concern with some aspects of South Boulder Road, which is be very mindful of the neighborhoods that are already there. And like Coal Creek Ranch, to make sure that, we worry about sight lines from Davidson Mesa. I think that we also need to be cognizant that, people, live there and bought in there, and we just need to make sure that the kind of development that we approve for that space doesn't consume that area too much. It shouldn't be too dense of housing.
One other piece about just the area you're talking about. If I'm remembering correctly, there was a lot of controversy. Remember hearing, I was not here at that time, but when the Avista was coming and was built, was developed, there was a lot of controversy in town about where it was and how prominent. And I think there were a lot of people who were really kind of opposed to the location. I know from having spoken years ago to somebody who's no longer at the hospital, one of the CEOs there talked about the possibility of converting the current space into some sort of housing. Again, and they own space up there. I think it's important to be mindful of Well, I don't know. I don't know that it's important to be mindful of particular landowners as we're thinking about comp plan. Probably not. But, you know, there's a lot of different ideas over time about how that space has been and can be used. And, you know, I don't have any answers on that, but I think I throw that idea out because it's already been shared with me and plenty of others. And, you know, I think it's something that, you know, in looking through the comp plan, may be something to consider. There's a lot of concerns about traffic already in that area. I mean, there's a lot of, these are transportation and, I mean, all of those kinds of issues are very much at play. But anyway, I just threw that out because I think it's adds another layer of complexity or whatnot to the process. Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
So I don't know, when I think about housing or residential at Red Tail Ridge, and I mean, as most of you know, I did advocate for its inclusion when the council was looking at applications. I guess the difficulty that I feel is, right, so we just, this council approved a plat for that area. As I understand, the plat has been recorded. And so, you know, how should I put this? Yeah, so I guess, you know, I think the idea of putting housing there is, you know, that we'd want to do it in a very intentional way, you know, to do things like, you know, provide places to live for people who are working there, and therefore hopefully reduce car trips and so forth. But, you know, in order to do that, you also need services for the people who are living there, not just their jobs. And so I just feel like, you know, somehow, right, if we were going to put residential there, we need to, again, make it into a neighborhood for it to be, I think, for it to be a good project or a good place to be. And I guess I'm not sure how to square that with what's been approved. Not saying that it couldn't be, but I think that's sort of the difficulty I'm having in approaching this particular opportunity area. Yeah, and you know, the other thing I would say is I was looking at the state regulations or code or whatever regarding comprehensive plans, and it's quite explicit at one point that they talk about discouraging sprawl. And so again, like, you know, Red Tail Ridge is a large area, even if you take out what's been dedicated as open space. And so if we're thinking about residential there, right, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we want to, again, make it not sprawling and, you know, really well clustered. And yeah, but I have difficulty understanding how that fits in with what's been approved. I'll just make a brief comment on where the Vista currently is. That area seems a little bit like the area I pointed out on South Boulder Road between Kennedy and Washington, in the sense that it might have a similar sort of potential for some kind of activation.
Any other comments or, all right. Do you, Director, have enough?
Yeah, I think if none of the other council members have comments on Area 4, I think that's great feedback, very helpful. And then if you have a couple minutes, maybe you could just look at question 3 and 4. I think they're not as in-depth as question 2. That was the bulk of everything.
Sure.
Just make sure we touch on those.
Can we put those back up on the screen?
I can get those, and you've covered a lot of this as part of the conversation. So I think as Rob said, just any quick feedback that you have relative to those future land use categories, which I'll just pop on the screen really quickly. And these are also included in your packet. If there's anything missing or anything you want to add to what has already been shared. And then finally, any additional comments on decision-making around the future land use map and how that maybe informs future zoning and application decisions.
Great. Council? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Actually, I was wondering if I could just start with a question regarding question 3. I don't know if you could just briefly sort of say how you envision using the future land use categories within the comprehensive plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So I scroll back up here, as we are talking about what types of development do you want to see in these different areas, we will assign a future land use category based on that direction. So when we're talking about areas that might see 3 to 4 stories with mixed use retail and residential, that might get into kind of a mixed use, mid-density residential mixed use. When we're talking about areas where we want to see maybe some additional industrial office research and development, that might go to this research and development category. And so these help just identify what are some of the key characteristics for these different land uses. So we'll identify things like density, heights, what type of transportation connections should be made, what types of public spaces should be incorporated here, that type of thing.
And I would just add that it doesn't have to be parcel-based. The future land use map can be more flexible in how we craft it. And I think we've heard a lot of comments that that's probably desired.
Yeah.
One other snippet is this is also very important for our development code update, which is looking longer term, but ultimately we'll want zone districts that align with this when it actually comes to regulations too, depending on where this lands.
And maybe as a follow-up question, I didn't try to check myself, but I mean, how would you say that these classifications line up with what we currently have in our zoning code?
Yeah, we actually produced an existing land use map and inventory that aligns with all these, so you can actually see like how this specifically aligns with what we have in place today, and it is very close. But I will say we have some gaps with our zoning code to align with this. Like we don't have a lot of true mixed use zone districts, so that would need to be sort of built out. And there's other examples within.
Okay. And then just one more little question. When there are dwelling units per acre cited and stories cited, are those correlated? Like, I mean, certainly to some extent, but I guess maybe I'm asking how closely are those correlated? Like, if I want to have 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre, do I need to have up to 3 stories or not? Or
yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they're two distinct things, but they both kind of make up the place, the look and feel. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. But you know, low density is 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. And you look at a typical neighborhood like that, it's going to have a 2-story house in it. Same thing for each zone district. But yeah, it's an interesting question.
And I would say just generally as a rule of thumb, and there's so many factors, underground parking, surface parking, no parking at all. But, you know, once you get to that 30, 40, 50 DUs per acre, you are talking probably about 4 and 5 story generally.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll maybe add that we are identifying the range because we are trying to identify a diversity of housing types. And so, you know, thinking about townhomes as well as condos or apartments, and that there's, depending on the unit size for some of those, there's some flexibility when you start to get to that kind of 10, 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre.
Councilmember Hefner.
Thanks. Consistent with my earlier comments, which I won't repeat at length, I think this is a good start, especially the mixed use categories. I think will be really effective. I would lean in favor of even more flexibility. I think consistent with Director Zucchero's comment, or was it Mr. Hurd? I forget who made the comment, but looking for flexible approaches and really thinking about what are we trying to accomplish, not so much thinking in terms of categories or uses, but what's the outcome we're looking for in terms of placemaking and what it feels like and what it looks like, which isn't to say design guidelines, but is to think more in terms of mass and scale and how it's perceived when you're in a place, rather than focusing quite so much on particular uses or densities, which I think, at least in my mind, should be left as flexible as we can possibly tolerate to see sort of what sorts of market demand might be out there. I've certainly heard again and again that there's interest in building much smaller units, but that frequently our current development code prohibits smaller units, and so they're left in a position of coming to us for discretionary review, which is sort of a mixed bag and so on. And I won't belabor that, but additional flexibility I think would be a virtue.
Yeah, I would echo that, those comments. I think if we are talking, as we've been talking about neighborhoods, and creating, where we've talked about creating neighborhoods, I think it's really important to kind of build around those concepts, and look and feel are really important, and sort of deciding, to make sure that, well, let me say it differently. I think using that as a driver as opposed to the forms or the classifications themselves, I think is probably preferable. Any other comments that anybody has about either one of these? I think the last one we've kind of talked about. I mean, I think there's consensus around the reality that the FLUM is going to influence zoning decisions, and we should definitely, I mean, that's certainly what I expect. And I think the community and business community, just about everybody I know is expecting that. So, other comments? No? All right, enough? You got enough?
Yeah, that was great. I want to thank Jessica and Allison for presenting and doing a great job so far, and Mr. Hurt managing this project. It's been a year since we started, but we're really gaining a lot of momentum here this year.
It's such a huge lift, and I think all of us know how hard you've been. Well, we have a sense of how hard you've been working on it. It's certainly a huge priority for the department, and I know a lot of people have their hands in it. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate council's attention. I appreciate the public's involvement, and that we've gotten a lot of comments that have been very informative and helpful, and huge amounts of input. I think a couple of things that I would say before we move on is, one, I hope that there have been a number of emails and comments about making sure that the data is fully available and for everybody to review, and to the extent that that's already being done, that's fine. I think there were some comments to the effect that maybe some things were not either as easy to find or were not included. I think this is a community that is very interested in data. And I think it's certainly a council that's very interested in it too. So if you could do that. The other thing that I'd like to see is that irrespective of whether it's the consultants who present or not, I think I'd like to see at least once a month some kind of at least summary of what's going on in the comp plan, so we can keep abreast of kind of how things are developing. That's going to help the public kind of know, so we don't have these giant surprises, and we have some sense of where things are going. That could be, in whatever form staff wants to take it, but I think it would be really helpful for us. I don't know if there's any other comment on that. I certainly would find it helpful. I don't know whether the others would. Yeah, looks like some thumbs up. So, any other comments before we move on? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I don't know. I was wondering. I feel like there wasn't really an opportunity to have sort of a more general discussion about the comprehensive plan and where we stand. I don't know if now is a good time to ask any questions or make any comments around that, but
you're welcome to do that.
Okay. So maybe I'll start. I think it was Jessica at one point made a comment about next steps going forward, and that in some of the next steps they would look at impacts on the environment and infrastructure and water and so forth. And I'm not a planner, and this is the first time I've been involved with a comprehensive planning process, but somehow that just feels backwards to me. Like, shouldn't we, like, we had this big discussion today about future land uses, and yet it felt like it wasn't informed at all about with what impacts there would be with these choices on the environment and infrastructure and water and so forth. So, I just feel like it would have been a richer discussion if we could have actually talked about, well, if we make these choices, which again are still at a very high level, what kind of impacts would those choices have? Or, and yeah, so I don't know if I have a particular question around that, but sort of a general comment. I think relatedly, we didn't talk about it, but there was a draft contents of the comprehensive plan in the packet. And at one point, I think there was a request for feedback on that. And so there are a few places in the draft contents where we're supposed to identify goals. And again, I feel like, I hope that's coming, but I also feel like that's sort of a little bit backwards. Like, shouldn't we, we've identified values and vision, but shouldn't we have some sense for goals? Again, I feel like we would have had a richer discussion of future land uses if we had those goals identified beforehand. And, like in a sense, the council knows what our goals are because we've set goals in a lot of other documents. So I don't know how critical that point is, but I still feel like acknowledging those goals beforehand and then, seeing how they would influence our land use choices would have made for a richer discussion. And did I have another comment? I felt like I did. Oh yeah, and so maybe just one more comment. So getting back to my first comment around the impacts that our choices might have, we had at least, I think probably a few letters from the public around the idea of like, are we going to do any modeling or analysis of future land uses or other choices, to inform a discussion about what the impacts of those will be. And again, I just don't know if it's typical to do that kind of analysis or modeling in a comprehensive plan process. It would seem like a good thing to do, but also a lot more work. And so maybe that is more of a question that I've been wondering about.
So I think these are really great comments. I think we could find a time where we can dig into this with all of council. I could probably answer some of the questions also, via email to council or just a conversation to certainly kind of baseline the process, why we made certain decisions to do things in a certain order. We can kind of explain that at some point. But they're very great. They're very good questions, but they're also very complicated questions, and we'd probably have to spend a lot of time to answer them well. And I don't know if that's what we want to do this evening with the other agenda items, so I defer to you all.
I think Josh has raised some good points, and certainly some of the comments related to those, and I think all of us are concerned about costs of different, and different trade-offs that we're talking about. And don't forget the benefits that come from a lot of the choices that we're discussing tonight. There are huge benefits, and there are ways, I think, that I have no doubt that the director can and his staff can explain how those get managed and so forth. This is not it's an inexact science, I think, for sure at this level, because it's a general kind of document and kind of a guiding document, but not necessarily prescriptive document. But I think I guess maybe I would ask it a different way is there a part of the comprehensive planning process coming up in which that's baked into the
So to some extent, yes, some extent, no. Again, I think it's a complicated question to answer. I think you've mentioned everything about, and that we do our best to address all of these issues, but they might be done a little different than you might expect, and we can explain why we're doing it that way. But again, it's probably something we need to spend several hours on, honestly, to get good answers, I think, that everybody's satisfied with.
Well, and I think the council probably needs to be satisfied. I think the public certainly probably would benefit from that discussion too, along the way. But we can, I don't know how others feel about that. Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
I agree. And it's one of the reasons I brought up like the infrastructure piece earlier tonight is I think, is it possible too, when you're looking at that, Director Zaccaro, that Public Works is a participating role? I think one of the things that, and I know it's part of like a lot of the planning process that you utilize, but if there are like metrics that can be given, like say, okay, you add 500 units, Public Works figures, we can sustain that. 1,000, now we can't. 2,000, this is where we're at. This much additional. I mean, we already know that we're expanding some of our things because of the proposed development that hasn't even started yet at Red Tail. That's, being underway. I think one of the things that our community members are asking us for too is to make sure that we're being mindful of this, because they're the ones who are going to end up paying for it if we don't pre-plan. And that's happened in the past with, redoing our water treatment facilities, and everybody in the whole community has to pay. So I think that's part of the process of the conversation.
Yeah, I think these are all great questions for future discussions. Again, I think we've accomplished everything we needed to accomplish for this evening to really advance the plan in a pretty significant way. So again, I think I've heard all these questions. I'm sure I'll get more questions. These won't be the last ones, and we'll do our best to address them.
Good. All right, let's move on to our next item. Ordinance number 1876, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Chapter 15.18.0. No, that's item C. We're doing this and then that. Ordinance number 1876, Series 2024, an ordinance amending Chapter 15.18.030 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. Second reading, public hearing was advertised in the Daily Camera on December 22nd, 2024. There are on this 2 rounds of public comments because we're talking about an ordinance here. So we will start by opening the public hearing and going with the staff presentation.
All right, good evening, Rob Zuccaro, Community Development Director. I'll be making the presentation on this proposed ordinance amendment, speaking to you from the way future, 2245. So getting off to a good start there. Who knows what kind of building technology we'll have then, so we can all imagine. Just some policy framework again. I think it's just important to touch on this. We've got some great policies on environmental sustainability and goals on carbon reduction, so that's kind of the basis for these energy conservation codes. We're also seeing that there are, we have other policies and they all influence each other, namely economic vitality, business development, affordable housing. So all of these things influence each other and our ability to achieve them. So there's balance and decisions that have to be made on all of these. Just the background, we've been looking at these, we've been developing this policy over a series of years, and now we're looking at maybe revising some of them. So I won't go into a lot of detail other than recently we did have a council discussion direction. Staff brought to you what we felt were the 3 main policy items on top of the base code of the Energy Conservation Code. So we have the base code with some amendments, but there were 3 really big items that were added over time. And your direction at that time was to remove Appendix RC, which is the net zero residential appendix, maintain the commercial all-electric heat pump, and the EUI targets, which is our Appendix PT. And then you asked us to proceed with some of these amendments that we had come up with earlier in the year to address some of the concerns that we heard. So that's what's before you this evening, is based on your direction on that study session discussion direction item that we had where we tried to provide some more information. These are those big 3 amendments that we talked about, just in a little bit more detail. These are some of the concerns. So we've heard from a lot of residents. We certainly need to be aggressive with these codes because of some of the climate issues and our carbon reduction goals. We're also hearing from businesses that some of them are difficult to meet due to the cost of equipment, availability of technicians, maintenance issues, those types of things, as well as electrical infrastructure. So we're hearing that these are all good things, but they're all challenging things to achieve. So we're trying to find that balance with these codes. We did take a version of this code to the Building Code Board of Appeals earlier this year. I'm trying to keep it at a high level. They had a lot of recommendations, detailed recommendations. We have our Chief Building Official, Mr. Root, here this evening to help with the discussion. And he was working with the Building Code Board of Appeals primarily, and any of their specific recommendations that weren't violating the state requirements for energy code that are coming up, we tried to incorporate those. We couldn't incorporate all of them. But on the 3 high-level policies, their general recommendation was to not make those mandatory, either repeal them or keep them in the code as options, but remove them as mandatory elements. The Sustainability Advisory Board has an updated memo to you all. They have some specific recommendations, but on the big 3 policies, they're recommending maintaining the Appendix RC, the Net Zero Residential Code, the Commercial All-Electric Heat Pump, Space Water, heat pump for space and water heating requirements. They were silent on Appendix PT, I believe, in their most recent letter. So we have the proposed amendments before you. Based on your direction, we've removed Appendix RC. And then what we heard from the development community here, I don't have all of the amendments, but these are the bigger ones, I would say. Really to specify that the commercial all-electric heat pump standards would apply to all new construction only. So a brand new building, not a building addition. The way we had drafted it originally, it also applied to building additions, which caused some issues with implementation. The next one is allowing gas backup for commercial all-electric heat pumps, space heating equipment. All electric equipment with electric backup exists. It's more expensive. It's more difficult to find. The supply chain is much tighter on that. So allowing gas backup was one of the recommendations that we brought forward. For those energy modeling appendix for commercial development, we've kept that in the code, but we've removed post-construction documentation, 1-year compliance check, and then monitoring and metering requirements within the building. So we're still wanting people to design the building to that standard, but some of those having sub-metering within the building and the documentation, that was some of the feedback we got from businesses to try to find that balance, that we would remove those requirements. On the residential side, we have a proposal to have a performance path of a HERS rating, home energy rating system of 50 for new residential development. Appendix RC, the net zero appendix, required a 47, and then you had to offset with renewables. Our recommendation is to maintain a HERS option, but go from a 47 to a 50. So the lower the number, the more efficient the building is. It's not as efficient as the RC appendix, but it's still, for a lot of residential development, it's still a fairly aggressive option. They could still do what we call our prescriptive path and meet our prescriptive code as well, and not have to do the HERS. That would be their option. We also put in some heat pump standards just to say they have to be climate appropriate. We saw, especially with the Marshall Fire, supply chain constraints, that a lot of heat pumps were going in that weren't climate appropriate, so we put some standards in the code for that as well. Just a note on the regional cohort, we talk about that quite a bit. There was originally a 15 jurisdiction local cohort working on an adoption package for the 24 version. We're on the 21 as our base code, so the 24 version is out of the International Energy Conservation Code. They're developing a package of amendments that are strengthening amendments. And we're expecting that in the next couple months, that they'll come out with their recommended package. That package would not include mandatory all-electric construction as we have it in our code, or EUI targets, but it would be based on the most recent code that's been vetted. We know it's compliant with all federal regulations and so forth. So we talk a little bit on our recommendations about opportunities for working with the cohort if we wanted to, but I want to be clear that we wouldn't have those other two policies in there necessarily. The regional cohort is now collaborating with the Denver Regional Council of Governments to promote that adoption package with all 58 member communities of DRCOG. So there's definitely a regional push and momentum for alignment, and we've talked a little bit about how that helps balance the business development interests, that if we're all generally on the same page, then we're not competing against each other. So that's something to consider. So staff actually gave you 3 options. All of the options include adopting this ordinance this evening. We do have businesses that want to move forward with construction, and they're hoping that this will pass because it will give them some pathways that they don't otherwise have right now. So the first option is to adopt this as drafted, and then if we aren't, and I don't know if we'll have time to really dive into this, but the assumption, at least in our original recommendations, were that if there's no other action, we would actually maintain the 21 IECC for the foreseeable future with our amendments. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't move forward with the other 24, the 2024 code. So there's a whole series of other building codes, the residential code, the plumbing code, the commercial code, that's on your work plan for this year. So we could just maintain our current code and really take no other action on energy efficiency codes this year at least. The second option is to adopt the ordinance as drafted, but you could also give us direction to align with the regional cohort, and later this year when we bring all the other 24 codes, we could bring that version or maybe with some tweaks. Again, that if we follow the the cohorts code version. It wouldn't include those two other policies that we have. A third option is to, again, adopt the code this evening, but then still pursue the 24 IECC, but maybe not the cohort amendments, but we could work with you over the next 6 months on different amendments, which could include all electric codes and the energy target code, or it couldn't, that we could have more policy discussions about that. So there's probably other options, but we thought these were maybe good starting points for what we could do this evening. I also wanted to mention one very specific amendment that came to our attention today. There was an intent from the Building Code Board of Appeals to delete this section of the ordinance. It's section 66 in your ordinance. This has to do with residential heat and recovery ventilation. We found this to be pretty problematic and expensive. It's problematic for people to maintain. It does add to the efficiency of your heating and cooling system. But Mr. Root and the Building Code Board of Appeals were recommending that we actually delete this. So if you all agree with that and we can have some more detailed discussion, your motion could include the removal of this provision. It is not in the base 21 IECC. It was an addition to that code that we added with the original adoption. I also wanted to mention that our sustainability manager, Ms. Miller, is here this evening as well. If you have any questions for her, she stayed for the meeting. And I think that's all we have from the staff standpoint. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thanks. Yeah, a few questions. Just wanted to further clarify something I asked you before about residential versus commercial categories. So tell me if I'm understanding correctly. So single family and townhomes would be covered by the residential code, whereas like apartment buildings and then would be covered by the commercial code. Is that fair?
That's correct. The way it's drafted, they'd have to comply with Appendix PT, which is that energy use index modeling for apartments.
Okay. And is there any, I don't know, is there like a gray area between townhomes and apartment buildings, or is that pretty clear cut?
I'd probably ask Mr. Root to answer that question. I don't know if it's 3 stories for R2 occupancies in Appendix PT or what happens in between there.
It's pretty black and white as far as the definition between an R3 and an R2 classification. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Another question, what would you say is the primary motivation or primary motivations for removing the RC appendix that we've, in feedback that we've heard or otherwise?
So I think there was a lot of different points that we've heard over the last few years. It is the cost of construction in relation to affordable housing, the 47 HERS score could be fairly difficult to meet for most typical type construction. So that might be inhibiting our ability to attract home builders to come to the community and build any type of housing, including affordable housing. There was some concern about meeting the renewable standard, that many properties couldn't meet the renewable on site, so they would have to subscribe to solar farms. And while there is solar farm availability, it can be difficult or confusing for some residents to figure out how to make that work as well.
Okay, that's helpful too. Let's see. What was my other question? So, okay, maybe a small question. I'll go with this one first. So, in the memo, in your staff memo, it says the proposal includes some amendments to widen the types of electric heat pump space heating equipment that can be used specifically allowing natural gas backup to electric heat pump units. So I just wanted to be clear. So when we say some amendments, does that really mean that the only amendment is allowing gas backup? Or is there something else that's being changed?
In relation to
Commercial electric
heat pumps,
space heating.
So the electric heat pumps, I mean, are there other amendments related to the heat pump
mean, I guess
requirements?
there's other-
I think we put some additional exceptions in to the heat pump requirements. But that was one of the main amendments, was to allow the gas backup, because it really expands the availability of equipment to comply.
Okay. And then a small question and then maybe a larger one. So I don't think you highlighted it, but as I understand, one of the things that we're considering is about parking spaces and whether there are EV charging requirements when parking spaces are altered or added, right? So I'm just curious, what does the code currently say about altering or adding parking spaces with regards to EV charging requirements?
Right, so the way the code was originally drafted, when we originally adopted the EV requirements, it said that if there's a commercial building addition of 25% or more, or a residential building addition of 50% or more, that would trigger having to come into compliance with our electric vehicle charging requirements. We also had a provision in there that said if a commercial property just somehow alters their parking, I'm not even sure, we rarely see that, if ever. I'm not even sure what that would be. Somebody decides to restripe or redevelop their parking lot somehow. We had a trigger in there for coming into compliance as well. Some of the feedback we got was that was without somebody doing a building addition, it could inhibit someone maybe wanting to get rid of parking, you know, as we're changing our parking codes, making them less stringent. You know, there's all these things that could come up. We didn't want to have those barriers. And it seemed like it wasn't the right trigger point for somebody to spend all of those resources.
Okay, that was helpful too. So maybe as a follow-up question, so we had an email from the chair of the Building Code Board of Appeals about where EV requirements sit in the code. And I was just wondering if, if what you're proposing tonight addresses any of those concerns, or if you have any just general comments about those concerns.
So we did want to keep some EV provisions in the building code, because if you're putting EV in, we thought that, you know, the building code staff would want that in the building code, so that when they're doing inspections, they would know how the panels are put in, how they're labeled. So we didn't think that really belonged in the zoning code. I would say we have those percentage thresholds. Those could live in, like, I would be very comfortable moving those to the zoning code, but we just haven't done that. We kind of missed that with the last amendments. We could certainly do that. I don't think that would cause any harm. But I think having some building code provisions on EV installation that our building inspectors would follow is still the right way to structure the code.
Okay. So then maybe my last question, again, in the letter from the chair of the BCBOA, there was a concern about basically that, you know, having multiple documents in which that you might have to reference to understand our code, and also then not having necessarily sort of standard numbering of the various parts of the code. And then kind of related to that, as I understand, when we adopted what we currently have, we made some small changes at various places in the 2021 base code, ICC base code. So I guess, I think those concerns are valid about, you know, having to reference various documents to understand what's going on, not having the standard numbering. So what I'm wondering is, you know, is there a way to kind of readopt the 2021 base code so that, you know, people who are familiar with that have consistency and yet retain the things that are being proposed to be retained that were amendments.
So I think it's very typical for a local jurisdiction to amend a base code, and you put it in the appropriate categories, and sometimes that leads to renumbering or adding section numbers to the base code. So I think we're doing what most all jurisdictions would do when you make local amendments to your code. Ours are extensive, but you'll see there's a whole section in the ordinance where we say, well, we have to then renumber all of these subsequent sections. That's very typical for jurisdictions to do that, especially when they, again, if you're amending one section of the code and you're just changing the language, then you keep the numbering as much as possible. That would always be our intent. But because of the extent of our amendments, we've had to add subsections, which result in renumbering of subsequent sections. Right. I don't know a great way around it with the content of our code, but we could certainly look into that for future amendments if that's helpful. I've also thought about this question because I've heard this, and we could also publish a consolidated version of our code, so you don't have to reference between the IECC and our code. You can just combine them all together in one drafted document for quick reference, and that's something we could do administratively.
Okay. Thanks very much for the moment.
Any other questions? All right. Then it's time for our first round of public comments. I mentioned before, you get 3 minutes or 6 if you can pool your time with one person who's at the meeting, either in chambers or online, and you don't have to take the 3 minutes that you get. If you have 6 minutes as a result of pooling, you don't have to take that either. But we want to hear from you. Do we have any public comment requests?
First up is Christian Dino, followed by Kevin Lombardo.
My name's Christian Dino, 967 Eldorado Lane. I'm the chair of the Building Code Board of Appeals. We've been part of the process in reviewing the 2021 International Energy Code amendments that are on the agenda for approval tonight. There's a fundamental flaw in the process of how this has been developed to come before you tonight. This needs to be developed together in work sessions, not in silos by different groups. The BCBOA has spent hundreds of hours in reviewing and making comments on this code. The board is made up of construction industry professionals, from developers to engineers to architects to contractors, with more than a century of professional experience amongst us. Most of what was recommended is not in the draft that is in front of you tonight for approval. 15% of what is in this draft has either not been reviewed by BCBOA or was in an early iteration but not the last versions that we reviewed. There are a few main things I want to highlight with my comments. Renumbering an international code that architects, engineers, and contractors memorize is not a good idea and pushes professionals to shy away from working in our community. When working in one community is so different than working in all other communities, industry professionals don't work in it because it has a higher cost and a higher risk. In response to Rob, this is not at all typical to renumber the code. This was initially brought to us with the intent that this was to soften the energy code previously adopted to encourage businesses to grow within our community. Many items within this version do the opposite of that, such as heat pump water heaters. I believe what is in front of you tonight is the 5th amendment to the 21 IECC adoption. In order to understand what is in the code, you have to have all 5 versions in front of you, along with the original 21 IECC code as published. How many of you have done that? Is there a person on staff that has a good grasp of what this code is? This should be adopted in place of all prior versions, not in addition to. Our code is already too confusing to build, much less enforce. EV charging lives in land management code. It should be removed from all other codes. Having in multiple places leaves room for error, and having code in without the appropriate definitions that have all been removed is dangerous. Adding language that restricts construction from even having gas piping on site does not allow for potential future needs. If we go 100% over to electric and no gas, the price of electric will go through the roof. We tried this already. All the electric baseboard heaters were ripped out of the homes from the 70s that put these in. In regards to the ERVs, I believe some of you have new homes. Do you have an ERV in your home? How long has it been in service? How many times have you changed the filter in it? I would ask that you encourage staff to clean this up with these comments in mind and bring this back in 2 weeks to be adopted. Thank you.
Next up is Kevin Lombardo, followed by Iona Kearney.
Hello, I'm Kevin Lombardo. I'm a Louisville resident, and I am representing the Louisville Sustainability Advisory Board. First, the board would like to thank City Council for their contributions and prioritization of the city's sustainability goals. We'd like to reiterate the board's support for keeping the RC Appendix as is, and the recommendations for Appendix 2 as stated in the original and updated memos sent to Council. We feel that by now there's enough experience and resources to put these appendices within reach to builders, homeowners, and businesses, and eliminating them will put the city's climate action goals, which were adopted by Council on April 2nd, 2024, at risk. Additionally, we would like to express support for directing staff to align with the DRCOG Regional Code cohort. This code will unite a potential of 58 communities in the Denver metro area and will come with funding for local municipalities to help implement and enforce these codes. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Kevin.
Next up is Iona Kearney, followed by Tiffany Boyd.
Hi, I am so sorry I had to step out. I just had to start my drive to Loveland. But I am Iona Kearney, and I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce. With regards to the proposed amendments to the Commercial Energy Code, first, we want to acknowledge and appreciate the council and staff's efforts to revise the code. Reverting to the 2021 IECC code is a necessary step that will make Louisville more competitive with neighboring communities like Lafayette and Boulder. The Chamber Advocacy Committee, with representatives from the DBA and the Louisville Chamber of Commerce, have carefully reviewed the proposed amendments, and we offer the following recommendations. We largely support the main points raised by the Building Code Board of Appeals, including their recommendation to remove the additional requirements. Specifically, we urge the council to remove the requirement for heat pump water heating systems. If changes beyond those outlined in the staff report are not feasible at this time, we recommend moving forward with the staff's recommendations for now, with further refinements to be considered later. We also want to ensure that gas usage remains permissible for food service and commercial food processing operations, where electric alternatives are currently impractical to source. These are important because heat pump water heaters require significant additional costs, space, and ventilation, making them unsuitable for smaller commercial and residential developments. Restricting on-water demand heaters, even when all electric, and enforcing the 20-gallon tank exemption runs counter to the council's goals of encouraging affordable and attainable housing. Similarly, commercial food service and processing rely on gas equipment, as electric alternatives are limited and difficult to obtain. Allowing continued gas use in these sectors is essential to supporting local businesses. We urge the council to adopt staff recommendations, strike the heat pump water measures heating requirement, and preserve gas usage for food service operations. These measurements will balance progress with practicality, supporting both Louisville's sustainability goals and its economic competitiveness. Thank you for considering our input. We look forward to your decision and remain committed to working together to achieve shared goals for our community. Sincerely, the Louisville Chamber Board of Directors, the DBA Board of Directors, and the Louisville Chamber Advocacy Committee.
Thank you, Iona. Is there any other public comment?
Tiffany Boyd, followed by Andy Johnson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tiffany Boyd, and I live in Ward 3. I am a member of Louisville Sustainability Advisory Board, but I'm coming tonight as an individual citizen. So thank you again for recognizing that our community can thrive both with our commercial development and with our sustainability goals. You have shown over and over that you understand the urgency of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions as a community. The Marshall Fire and the fires in Los Angeles are continuous reminders of the consequences of extended periods of drought due to climate change and how vulnerable our communities can be. This council continues to show and support citizens and businesses in taking action to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Regarding our codes, I would like to support the position of keeping the RC Appendix as is and the recommendations for Appendix 2 as is stated in the original and updated memos that have been sent to council. Supply chains, training, public education have all been catching up with the recommendations. And we now have enough experience and resources to put these appendices within reach to our builders, homeowners, and businesses. Eliminating them would put our city's climate goals at risk. Also, I would like to also support and express to direct staff to align with the DRCOG regional code cohort. It's exciting that this is going to bring together 58 communities so that we can be unified and there will be less competitiveness and less people choosing one municipality over another in order to do their work because we will be aligned. And so that's really exciting to have that regional cohort taking shape. That will be powerful alignment for us and will make the codes more simple, more uniform, and contractors and citizens can follow along more easily. So thanks again.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Andy Johnson.
Hi, Andy Johnson, Louisville resident, business owner. I fully actually agree with almost all the comments that have been made. However, I do find that our code currently as adopted does create a lot of complexities. By the way, I want to start the clock because you really want to give me 3 minutes. Has a degree of complexity through its amendments that is definitely unusual compared to a lot of other municipalities. It is not user-friendly. I will say this, I think staff did a great job, and this is where I'm going to differ a little bit from other comments, in providing amendments to actually make our current code usable while we work towards 2024 IECC adoption. I think that is the right path. If we are going to be leaders in energy and energy efficiency, addressing how our buildings perform, that is the right path. And so this, honestly, tonight is a fix. And it's going to get us by until we adopt. Aside from all other things I would like to say, I'm going to pick on the RC appendix. So as a design professional and just simply being a human being on the planet, I am all for net zero. I have adopted the 2030 plan as an architect. My commitment to my profession is to be net zero with my work at 2023. We currently do almost all net zero homes at this point, but we are also building in a different kind of category of building. So I always try to keep that in mind. The RC appendix is a pathway to net zero. It is not the pathway to net zero. And keep in mind, we are the only community that has adopted that appendix. And I think that should speak loudly to whether it is appropriate tool to get there. We need to study this. We need to figure out what is our path as our Louisville community to find out if net zero works and what are the mechanisms to make that happen. One of the biggest issues that we are going to run into, aside from our zoning code, is that the IECC with the RC appendix is going to make small buildings incredibly difficult to build. ADUs will either be incredibly expensive to build or just simply not able to pass code. The ERI or HERS of 50 is a great step in the right direction versus 47, but it is not enough. We need to look at a scalable method in order to determine how net zero can actually work. It requires more than just adopting blindly an appendix that just simply doesn't work. So aside from that, I'm sure that we'll find our pathways towards net zero 2024 IECC and meeting our energy goals for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else? Okay. Epperton.
Yeah, I don't have a ton. I think I have more overarching thoughts. And I really appreciate the comments from the public and all the work that's gone into this. I think what's hard, what I am in the end very, very, very excited. I wish we could do it today. Sort of excited about the 2024 ICC in a regional cohort way. That is the way. So I'll back up from that and just say what's broken right now is a code that is hard to comply with, right? So I'm not a builder, but if I'm a builder with good intent, it is difficult to comply with the code we have. And that's for, say I typically build just in a different part of the state or country, and I'm coming here, what I've heard is, no, like I want to do it right. I just don't get it, and it's difficult. And I'm putting, together a packet and I'm giving it to the city, and I'm like, how'd I do? And I'm not used to do. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, and I have to turn something in and be like, I think this is good. What do you guys think? And it's complicated and takes a long time, and then there's a lot of back and forth. And a code, right, shouldn't be aspirational, right? Like a code should be easy to follow, and you should be able to build to it. And so what we're combining, right, is this desire. Well, what I want to combine is a desire for a very simple, straightforward code with as environmentally friendly rules as possible, right? And so not losing that second piece. Like I really want to make sure that we are on the front edge of this, right? But a city the size of Louisville having its own special code is, I think, counterproductive. And one of the things I've been dealing with for all my time on council here is, if the code makes it so that someone just builds next door, we have done nothing. We have accomplished nothing if we're not creating something that can be built to. So we want to make sure that, like we said, we're as environmentally friendly as possible, and we're creating the opportunity for net zero as close to net zero as possible and the most energy efficient buildings. So I think my comments are almost done, but what I'll say is to the RC appendix, one of my issues with it was it didn't, for the most part, did not make the building itself more efficient. Once you got to the end of our 2021 code and you went that next step to net zero, it wasn't as much about what else are you doing to make this building energy efficient. It was how are you providing the energy for the building. And certainly if you put solar on your house, you can argue like, yeah, now it's more contained, but a lot of people were needing to basically just spend more money, not make a better home. And they weren't necessarily increasing the efficiency or any of the pieces to their home. And so that's what was hard for me with the intent of a net zero I loved, and getting all the way to net zero I love, but the actual change in the building on those next steps wasn't enough. I think what we call we call it what? What time is it? 10 o'clock, good. I'm still on Rwanda time, where we start losing benefit, diminishing returns. You get a point of diminishing returns, right, where it's like you're doing so much to get that last little piece, right? And so that last little piece is important, but it sometimes is actually coming at the cost of not getting anything. So my comments, I know we'll have more comments from everybody, but the second concept of approving this as drafted and directing staff to align with the regional cohort as quickly as possible is definitely the path I'm headed in. And I think Andy Johnson said it well towards the end. Like this, what I'm hoping is this moment from today until we get to the 2024 code is brief enough that you're not talking about a lot of buildings that are going to get built in between or permitted in between these two moments. But we can't do nothing because we have people that are literally waiting for us to do something in order to build. So we have to do something today, but then we have to make it right as quick as possible. So I really appreciate all staff's time to get us to where we are. I really appreciate, Christian Dino's comments on what is not perfect here and what the problems that are here. But I think, pushing this to another meeting, pushing it 2 weeks later, coming back and talking about it again is, all I think to get still an imperfect product. I don't think we're going to go down the road here of making this perfect. I think what we need to get to is the 2024 code as quickly as possible. So in all due respect to Christian Dino, I don't disagree. I just don't think it's worth that time for such a short period of a use of a code to go down that road. So I would rather take this imperfect amendments and everything that we've got here, which is much better than what we currently have, and then move forward.
Any other comments for this first round? Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I wanted to start just by saying thank you to staff. You guys, I know this was a lot. It's a heavy lift. It's been a couple of years of playing with this code, and I don't think it was taken on lightly. I'd also like to thank the members of the Building Code Board of Appeals. They have put a tremendous amount of time in for us as a recommendation to the council, and I think they all deserve a very big thank you. They are professionals in their field, and they took what would probably be some very high-paying hours and volunteered for the good of the community. And I feel the same way about the Sustainability Board. I'm so grateful for their expertise and their advice. It's the only reason we've probably gotten this far with a lot of our energy codes and goals or aspirations. But I think we should take a few pieces of advice from the head of the Board of Appeals, from BCBOA. I think the idea, and I think the Director Zaccaro mentioned this, removing Section 66 with the HRV, if that's the plan to continue to remove it, that's probably a good idea. It's already discussed and planned on. We have heard an awful lot from the business community about the air source heat pumps for water and their limitations, but mostly like the cost and the availability. I think in this stopgap measure, let's also ask that requirement be removed. My understanding about the gas pipe having to not be connected to a building, so there being none in order to qualify as all electric, could prohibit businesses that want to convert to all electric from receiving potential grants because of the way that we've defined that. So as long as it's not supplying natural gas to the building, I think that should probably be the definition of what would be all electric versus a gas line going to a building. Because if it's not being used, I think that that's something that can be cleared up, because now I guess there are businesses that won't qualify, and Hannah maybe can correct me on that one. So I think those are the big things. The cold climate air source for the heat, for the hot water, I think that's something that we can quickly do. I actually agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I would really like to see this code made much better, like the numbering done, one version. I don't know if it's worth staff spending, 80 hours to be in place for a year and a half. Or 3 months. Well, it won't go into effect in 3 months. There's still a lot of moving pieces to it. So, but I think that, even if it was a miracle and it happened that quickly, I think that would not make sense. I don't know where the EV charging falls in the new 24 energy code. Does anybody know that?
EV charging is not part of the IECC energy code. EV charging is required under the state model electric code, so we do have to comply with that. I forget the date off the top of my head, but we are in compliance now with it. Again, we can structure it however is easiest for everybody, but I think that the code's going to stay, right? We recently amended it, so if anything we can do to make it easier, we will. If you want us to bring back an amendment at a future date, it won't change the code, but it would change the structure. We're certainly happy to do that.
Perfect. Those are my recommendations, just to simplify this process, make it easier, and hopefully get a few more businesses that are waiting very patiently for us to make this decision. They could, potentially break ground next week.
Councilmember Hafner.
Yeah, I'll just thank everybody for their hard work. I mean, I see before us something that is consistent with what we asked for when we did discussion direction. So I'm happy to adopt the ordinance tonight. Personally, I like the idea of the regional cohort, although I don't know if I would go so far as to say we should align with them until we know sort of what the outcome of that process looks like. And I'm hopeful the Building Code Board of Appeals will continue to engage as the regional cohort process goes forward with the 24 codes, and we end up with something that maybe we'll have a little more consensus around than we did for this go-around.
Councilmember Cook.
Let's see. So I thought I might start from sort of my perspective. Right. So first of all, I was not a member of City Council when you gave discussion and direction around these amendments. So I do have some different perspectives. I mean, as you know, right, I'm first of all coming at this issue from looking at climate change around us. And right, the city adopted, as was on the screen several minutes or a little bit ago, right, some goals around reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, in particular 60% by 2030, roughly speaking. We recently had a letter from a resident, I think with some fairly good data, showing that we are not nearly on track to meet that goal. And given how much our buildings contribute to our greenhouse gas emissions, I think this is a place where we really need to do some work. So we're largely talking about new construction, of course, and those greenhouse gas emissions are mostly coming from existing buildings. But still, right, we don't want to be adding even more greenhouse gas emissions from new buildings. And those old buildings, they need to be retrofitted at some point. The other thing I will mention, and was brought up by a speaker earlier this evening, is that I think the present moment is possibly possibly the most important time to act locally on these sorts of issues for a variety of reasons. And then before I get into some details, there's been a lot of discussion around consistency with other municipalities, which in principle I think is great, and that we should be looking towards consistency with other municipalities. But I think there are a few things to consider, right? So first of all, as was pointed out in the staff memo, right, Boulder and Lafayette have recently updated their building codes. And both of those municipalities now have basically all electric mandates, more or less. They have the usual exceptions like we do. So in that sense, I think our building codes their building codes have become more consistent with ours. Also, right, our Appendix PT is modeled basically on Boulder's, more or less. So we do have that sort of consistency, at least among those three municipalities. It's not complete, of course, but it's not too bad. Looking forward to possibly 2024 IECC, my understanding is that the code being developed by the cohort and now being amplified through DRCOG, it's going to be 2024 basically with some strengthening amendments. I can't say exactly how the 2024 compares to 2021, but my impression is that the strengthening amendments will not be as strong as what we currently have in Boulder, Louisville, and Lafayette. So I don't want to try to predict what other places will do, I highly doubt that Boulder will, weaken their codes, for instance, but who's to say? So I think it would be great to align with other municipalities in the future. But I do worry about weakening our codes to get that alignment. The other point I'll mention on that is that, with the DRCOG effort, there's money attached. And so if we sign on to that effort, we could possibly get some grant money, which would be a great thing. As I understand, we can sign on, but we could also have, and we don't have to adopt exactly what everyone else adopts. If they adopt it, we could adopt something slightly stronger that's more in line with what we currently have. So, okay. So let me make some more specific comments. Okay, so on the residential side, I'll start there. I'm okay with eliminating the Appendix RC. I think we should. I think we should be working towards net zero, right? And yeah, I think there are some reasons for which Appendix RC is maybe not the best way to go towards net zero. What I would like to see, I'm going to make a couple suggestions. I think they're hard to incorporate tonight, but I want to make them anyway. I don't know, the first one maybe not, but so the first suggestion would actually be to align with Boulder and Lafayette and require all electric construction for residential. Currently, we do not require all electric, but it is strongly preferred by our codes. The second thing is I was looking at Boulder's code in particular, and something I like about their code, I mean, there are a lot of details, but is that I feel like their code is not only trying to address greenhouse gas emissions and so forth, but it's also trying to address their housing goals. So what they basically have is they have a standard which is basically HERS 50 across the board, but they have square footage cutoffs. So if you're building a big house and the county has something similar, you have to build to HERS 50, but then you have to go and offset to net zero. Whereas if you're building a smaller house or a smaller unit within a multifamily unit, they don't have as strict requirements, right? So through their building code, they're trying to incentivize the types of housing that they want to see. And I think it would be really great if we could move in that direction. So I think, that is a larger conversation that we probably can't have tonight. But I would be interested in the all electric requirement for residential. On the commercial side, let me make one more comment, sorry. So there was a suggestion to delete the addition of having the heat recovery ventilation system. I am not an expert on this, but from what I've learned over the past few years, that has become like a standard recommendation for what you have when you're building an all-electric home. So I would not at all be in favor of removing that. And as far as heat pump hot water heaters, in residential at least, that is the go-to thing you should be doing. There is so much money. Xcel just tripled their incentives for those. They are absolutely the most efficient hot water heating that you can put in your home. I'm going to have one in, hopefully, in a few weeks. All right. On the commercial side, I am okay allowing gas backup for space heating. I think that's a reasonable move at the moment, given the availability and performance of electric systems. I would like to retain the Appendix PT and retain the all-electric space and water heating requirements except for allowing gas backup. The other issue I have on the commercial side and a little bit on the residential side is with alterations and additions. So like I was saying before, we have to figure out how to retrofit all of our existing building stock. And it seems to me that alterations and additions is one good place to start to do that. Now, I understand that there are some issues with how that's currently implemented in our code. And in that sense, I would like to make a proposal for a sort of a middle ground between what's proposed in the amendments and what we currently have. And that would basically be, if when you're doing an alteration or an addition, you are going to replace space heating or water heating equipment, or if you're going to add new equipment that isn't fed by an existing system, then you should have to meet the electric requirements. So we're not asking anyone to tear out working equipment, but simply meet the all electric requirements for new equipment or replacement equipment. That would be my initial suggestion. And those are my ideas for the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I would just like to quickly ditto everything that Councilmember Cooperman just said. Thank you.
That's easy. Others? Okay. I think we have a second round of public comment. So why don't we take that? Do we have anybody? And you can, even if you've spoken before, you can speak again, just giving people an opportunity. All right. Pardon me?
Andy Johnson. 3 minutes isn't enough. So I do agree with everything that Councilmember Cooperman just offered. Very well said. I do want to clarify one point. We don't do whole house ventilation because we're going all electric. We do that because we build a very tight building and we require natural ventilation to be a part of the structure for a healthy living. So just to clarify that. It is correct. Code says zone 7 is required. Zone 5, which we are, is not. However, it is weird to not do it. It should be standard building practice. However, by code, which is our minimum standard, that is a choice. So I'm not sure if it really belongs in the code. Anyway, that's just a clarifying point. It is important to know that if you continue with the PT appendix, that you understand what goals it meets and what it's actually really doing. When we talk about all electric for commercial and then we talk about PT, they actually are connected. We just don't know it. We may take away all electric for heating in a commercial environment, but when we keep the PT as it's written right now, you basically are saying that building will be all electric because it almost has to be in order to comply. Otherwise, the offsets with renewable energy is quite substantial. So, again, these are codes that or appendices and codes that we've adopted without a lot of understanding. And I'm not trying to take away from the work that Group 14 did. They did a wonderful job. We work with them as a consultant. We've had these discussions around Louisville's adopted code and the complexities that, quite honestly, previous council created, not staff. I think what we're trying to do right now is really true it up so we can move on and do something better in the future. So, and in the end, that's the ultimate goal. So thank you again for listening to me drone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. All right, let's take it back to council. I have a couple of questions. One is just, and this is maybe partly for the benefit of the audience here and online. When do you anticipate, and this is to our staff, when do you anticipate to bring a new clean code to us to consider?
Right, if we were going to bring the 24 IECC with the cohorts suite of amendments, my understanding is that they're going to have that available in the next month or two. And then we would need to take that to the Building Code Board of Appeals for review and then to City Council. So my guess is that sometime mid-year, by the time we got the cohorts draft, worked with the Building Code Board of Appeals, and brought it to you.
Okay, that's helpful. So it's not imminent, but it's also not that far off. The second question is really procedural. I know that it's staff who make the recommendations to us on this. I certainly get that. I guess I have a question of the letter this afternoon that came in from Mr. Dino talked about process and a concern about having all of the additional language that staff was proposing vetted. I guess I'm confused as to why that didn't happen. There may be perfectly good reason for it, but why didn't it happen? You know, that staff went to to do the amendments that is proposing, then BCBOA got a chance to have input.
Yeah.
I
think,
then
yeah.
you come to council with whatever.
Yeah, I think Mr. Root might speak to it a little bit, but my general understanding is that they were provided a draft of the code, and there was some back and forth on the drafting. I'm not sure exactly what was missing. I think Mr. Root and I looked at it today, and I think there was a section of the EV charging code that was missing, and then some of the renumbering of amendments. I'm not sure if there was anything else missing. It was inadvertent, probably back and forth between code versions, but I don't know if Mr. Root has more information on that.
Yeah. So I talked with Mr. Dino today, and then I talked with staff as far as on their board meetings, when the documents went out, where did the changes come in? Because there were some missing documents or basically numbering. And I think what it is and what we're going to change the process in the future is we let board members take a look at that and make amendments. And then it was emailed to us, and then we thought that was the original documents that was just crossed out instead of basically line items and sections deleted, because usually it's a cross out. And I think that's where the error came in, is that we were following a document that we took to the board, that was from the board, that had items that we thought were in it, and they got deleted out. And then towards the very end on this draft here, we looked at that document with the actual document, and we changed those items in there, trying to meet the intent of council's goals as far as efficiency standards, and then also what the board was recommending as far as, hey, these need to be changed, this makes sense, trying to keep in the goals. And then that's where in the two documents, as far as the Building Board of Appeals document was different than this document. It was missing those items on there. So I think that's what ended up taking place.
Do you have any comment on the other pieces or parts of Mr. Dino's letter today? I mean, just response to any of that.
As far as what parts?
Well, it's only I think it's a one-page letter, so I'm just sort of asking if you had any feedback or thoughts before we make these decisions.
You know, I think the numbering, some jurisdictions do, as Rob mentioned, change the numbering on it. It's better if it was to be consistent with the building code. I think that originally what took place is when we had the different consultants working with us on the first round of the energy code, is that there was a section that was brought in because it was different than the standard energy code, where they had to renumber it all the way down in order to fit it in, because the original numbers didn't match up because of the changes to the energy code. As Rob mentioned, it's pretty complex compared to some energy codes out there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Back to council. Further thoughts? A motion? Yeah.
Well, just short of a motion, as I said, I'm generally, fine with the current draft, but I do think there are suggestions specifically made by Josh that are might have the support of,
Shall it in the public hearing? Probably should, yeah? Or does it
Is
matter?
this just council discussion and deliberation?
We're good?
Yeah, you don't need that to be part of the.
So I think there are pieces that Josh brought up that are maybe, that four of us might support. And so I think, but for me, like just trying to get an understanding of like, again, what's already being asked, because there's something like, yeah, I'm okay with this one, and I actually would like to change out a little bit, or this one needs, so just getting a good sense of, if you want to make, if we're ready for that motion, if you want to make that motion with those amendments, and we can talk about each one of those amendments, or if you want to talk through each one of those again and get a, basic sense of where you have support from three other people and where you don't. But I think they were generally reasonable. And so trying to think about but I don't think I agreed with all of them. So I don't want to just say yes to what you had, but I would probably say yes to several of your things. If you want to go through and have, I didn't like a single one of your ideas. No.
I'm actually gonna make a motion,
Okay.
and then we can
Great.
move forward from there rather than do it piecemeal. I'll move passage of the ordinance number 1876, series 2024, an ordinance amending chapter 15.18.030 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, as presented by staff with the one deletion that was recommended.
Is it 66?
Yeah. The section was, again.
Yeah, it's section R 403.6.1, heat and recovery ventilation.
Okay.
And it's 66 in the ordinance.
Okay. With that.
Second.
Discussion.
I have a point of discussion, which is,
Yes.
I think it's 10:30 and we have a clean ordinance in front of us, and trying, despite the fact that I think many of the ideas presented may have merit, this is a long overdue item that I hope we can get done tonight without trying to rewrite a very complex and difficult energy code from the dais.
Councilmember Kern.
Although I would like to be listening more to the BCBOA and the business community, especially when it comes to the air source hot water heaters and the difficulty on a commercial scale, maybe not residential, to get them, and it is actually difficult and pretty expensive. Although I would like that removed for the sake of making this at least out of this chamber and effective, so that people who are waiting to start doing the build can move forward. I would agree with Councilmember Hefner.
Other comments? Further discussion? Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
I don't know, if I want to suggest something else, I should make a alternate motion, or?
You could make a friendly
You can offer a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the table, or you can make a substitute motion.
I guess I'll try a substitute motion. So let's see. Okay, I'll try. It's too complicated, but so let's see. I guess I move. Sorry, let me get the. Okay, so let's see. I move passage of ordinance number 1876, series 2024, but with the following alterations. And all electric requirement for space heating and cooling and water heating for residential construction. And let's see. And then also a modification of the suggestion for alterations and additions in which only new equipment or replacement equipment would have to meet the all-electric commercial requirements. Or, okay, that's fine. Sorry. Okay, let me try to say that again. Yeah, so bring in an all-electric requirement for residential construction that would cover space heating and cooling, water heating, and other appliances. And then for alterations and additions, residential or commercial, I would like to see that you have to comply with the all-electric requirements for new equipment or replacement equipment.
So, Director Zuccaro, are you able to inform the council tonight what modifications to the draft ordinance?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think we want to honor, I mean, if there's a vote for this, we would want to honor it, but I think it's complicated because, for example, on the commercial all-electric, we have a whole list of exemptions and exceptions, and we haven't had a chance to look at that from the residential side. I'm not sure if we'd want to recommend any or create any other standards around that. So I think from a policy standpoint, what I'd maybe recommend is if you want to give us direction to come back with an ordinance that has residential all-electric standards, I'd recommend that you give us the opportunity to research it a little bit and come back with a draft, and we can look at the other cities' ordinances. We haven't done that research. Alterations and additions, that's kind of already in the code if we don't accept some of the amendments, but it's that's complicated too, because we've made so many amendments. We want to make sure we do it right if it's the will of council to include alterations and additions in the commercial and residential side. So I would just say if you want to do this conceptually from a policy level, it's probably better that you let us go back and work on the draft rather than trying to draft it from the dais.
Right.
So it's going to either require withdrawal of the amendment or motion, or we can find it whether there's a second to it.
Right. And just to follow up, I mean, best practice when making a motion to adopt a draft ordinance is to have specific revisions to the draft ordinance that can be read into the record so that everybody knows what is being voted on and that the record accurately reflects what was the vote of the council. So, and it's difficult to take a motion that is really more in the form of direction and craft that on the fly to make the appropriate revisions.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll withdraw the motion. I would like to revisit these points. I guess instead of that, I don't know, I guess I'll try a friendly amendment. I am not in favor of removing the HRV requirement, so my friendly amendment would be to adopt the ordinance, but not to delete the HRV requirement from our current code.
And just a point of clarification, can you include in your motion exactly where in the ordinance?
Yeah, it's section 66 of the ordinance.
Okay. So, so to retain section 66.
I'm not willing to accept that.
It's a substitute motion. Oh, he changed it to, I'm sorry. Doing my best.
We all are. So we're back, are we not, to the underlying motion?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Everybody know what we're voting on? Okay. Yes, Councilmember Cooper.
Am I allowed to offer that as a substitute motion instead?
I mean, the council rules permit substitute motions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure it's worthwhile.
I missed the last part, Councilmember Cooper.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's worthwhile making a substitute motion.
It's your call.
Yeah, it, you know,
Chris, do you mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, Councilmember Cooperman, I understand your struggle here, and I think one of the things it's the process is really far down the road, and I think that's hard, right? Like, because you just got on council, and this is important to you, and yet this part of the process is really far down the road, and so I think you have reasonable, ideas that you want to bring, and it's just hard, as we pointed out, to like be able to do that without having 2-3 more meetings about this or what have you. And I think, your best opportunity for having some real influence over this is the next conversation about the code and what we do add or don't add to the next code. And it's just a tough moment, right? Like that, I think it's going to be difficult to get a whole lot there, but I see what you're going at, and I don't think there's a whole lot of disagreement. It's just really complicated at this moment, and I just wanted to say that out loud in public, that I appreciate what you're trying to do, and I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you to insert some of these at a better timing, in a better way.
That said, you're certainly welcome to make a substitute motion if you choose to. I don't want you to be deterred from that.
And could we ask questions of staff at this moment or not? Just so, if we remove the requirement for a heat recovery ventilator, what would people do instead to ventilate their homes?
Sure, yes, thank you.
Okay. So the reason that we're removing that is because in the 21, it was for climate zone 7 only. In the 24 code, they dropped it down to climate zone 6, so up in the hills. There's that recovery. In the 24 energy code, it's not required for our climate zone. What we found is, as inspectors, what we're finding is that these systems are installed and the homeowners don't know the maintenance that's involved in these, that there's filters on these that need to be cleaned out, depending on the manufacturer specifications or those filter specs. Once a month to once every 3 months, they need to be cleaned out. And they're installed way up in the attic area, sometimes down in the basement. There wasn't instructions to the homeowners, so they think these systems are running and doing their job, but they don't know there's a maintenance. It's kind of like a forced air system.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think his specific question is, if you have a really well-sealed house and you need extra ventilation, is there another option other than the HRV?
So then at that point, when it's sealed, it is required to have a makeup air system.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do the blower door test, it may be required. It's not, we're removing it, so it's not a mandate. So if your house isn't in those parameters, you don't have to install it. It's not just a requirement all the way across.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's overly tight house, then you will be required during the blower door test. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we will, unless somebody has any question about what's on the table from the motion, then let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Hoffner?
Yes.
Councilmember Cart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman?
No.
Okay. Lively discussion and input from everybody, both the public, the staff, and from council on that. Item 8C is actually equal to what was formerly consent agenda item E, or 5E, sorry. And I think this is relatively simple. I guess we'll find out whether it is or not. But the reason that I took this off of consent, there are several. But one, in the process, this was an item to award a contract between the city and RVI Planning and Landscape for phase 1 of the downtown public urban landscaping and streetscape enhancements Pulse project, formerly known as the Vision Plan, but we're getting away from that language because it's a little confusing. And what's up for consideration in that item is the appointment of a consultant or the architect. I took it off for several reasons. One, this is a project that comes to council at the recommendation of the LRC, the Louisville Revitalization Commission. And it is the LRC's money, subject to our consideration and vote, as to what project to spend the money on. And this is the big catalytic project that the LRC is going to have. There's not likely to be another, and it's a great one. I think the council supports it. But the RFP, the request for a proposal on this, went out without any input at all from LRC, which I think would have been helpful. But at least at this point, this is a $1.2 million contract, and doing it on consent, I think, is another reason why we should sort of avoid doing that tonight. But I think it really deserves to have some input by LRC before we consider it, because it's about, I don't know, it's 1/8 of the project cost. It's pretty significant, and I think the LRC is going to have something to say about it and something helpful for us eventually. As I said, it's a big number, and I think probably not a good one for consent. I think that also there is a question about how much delay this might result in. And my understanding is that it's the need would be for LRC to take it up in their February meeting, and it would come back to council in very early March. That does create potentially a little bit of a delay on the project. I think the investment of time to get additional information from the LRC is worthwhile. LRC members are concerned in their conversations with me. I've talked with every single one of them a couple of weeks ago for the same reasons that they had concerns around the steering committee item, which they are going to be taking up tomorrow. They have concerns about this. And so I think it's only appropriate and prudent and good governance for us to get their opinion before this comes back to us for a final decision. And I wanted to come back to council just as soon as possible once they've had input. So that's the basic reason for wanting to take this off. I think it's premature. So I would, I guess, maybe move to table the item until it comes back from LRC. Yeah.
I think I appreciate the intent. Having read every word of the item here, I think what I'm concerned about is, as you alluded to, we can't talk about it tomorrow at LRC, so it'd be the February meeting which we talk about this, and then if we talk about this, that'll be the first time the LRC is talking about this. So it's not like they're going to approve something on that day. They would be potentially, from what you've put, is like, oh, well, let's talk about if we want a architect, and if so, what are the conditions? Like, that they weren't consulted with would mean they want to have a whole conversation about how staff should go out, like basically start over and recommend how staff should go about finding this architect, and then staff would then do that and bring back proposals. Like, I think it's a 2, 3, 4 month delay, because I don't think there's any, so if all we want to say is, hey, let's take this and give it to the LRC in February, again, I read this and it's, staff went and interviewed 3 different companies and chose one that they really liked, and LRC is going to like, well, we don't want that one? Like, what, is the LRC going to look at this and say, oh, based on this information, which is not, there's not a whole lot here, it's, we interviewed 3 companies, we believe this one is the best one, and we're ready to move forward. I don't know, as a new member of the LRC, what more I'm going to want from this, other than starting the whole process over again. For what purpose? So I think I can hear that there's maybe concern from LRC that this went forward without their direct input, but I believe this is just hiring a company that's going to help with the project. It's not. So I don't know what the alternatives are. I don't know what they're going to do. And if all that happens is 3 months from now we come back with the exact same thing, we really have just lost 3 months of time in getting the architect on board to do the work. So I'm
Well, let me elaborate, because I was on the LRC during the entire course of this, and I appreciate your being brand new to this. But this is one of the things that has been an important issue for LRC throughout the entire process has been the cost. And how are they going to cover the cost? What are the costs going to be? There was a consultant who was involved in the entire process. That consultant wasn't selected for this. There have been concerns expressed to me about that course of events. So there is a concern, actually, about who was proposed and who is proposed for this contract. And, you know, what sometimes can happen in all of this is if the cost, which is, you know, both, it's like $900 plus, nearly $1 million plus $200 of buffer or additional, is going to take up a huge chunk of that project. And with no input from the LRC, I think we're doing a disservice by ramming that through tonight, particularly on a consent agenda, without that input first. And they may have additional questions about whether the scope was too broad or whether but I think that I would rather leave that up to the LRC. And I think that from a process standpoint, this didn't go the way it should have. And I think what should have happened is that there should have been input on the front end from the LRC. There wasn't. And I'm as concerned about starting the project as possible, but I don't think the way to do that is to rush the decision to enter into a contract that there's been the process of getting to this point has included no input from the very government, which is a different government than us, having any input in. I think it's a mistake and bad governance. And so it's that I'm trying to remedy. And the LRC can make a decision about whether they want more input, how they want to handle it. And they could say, you know, we're cool with this, and that's good. That's good recommendation for us. I just think that if a decision is made tonight on this, and you have a meeting tomorrow, I can pretty much imagine that people are going to feel disenfranchised on the LRC. And I would, frankly, I would understand their reasons for feeling that way.
Yeah, I share the Mayor Pro Tem's timing concern. I'd like to see this move forward quickly if possible. I have two other comments that are, you know, sort of make this a little difficult. One is it probably would have been nice, regardless of whether it was us or LRC looking at this, to have the proposals from the 3 firms that submitted to see how they look. Presumably we have those somewhere. My other comment is, you know, there's a pretty substantial budget amendment attached to this. And, you know, again, in a perfect world, I would have liked to see a consultant proposal come in within the $1 million budget, and maybe the hope is to negotiate that down to get it within the budget. But it would be nice to see this come through without the budget amendment attached. All of those things being what they are, this is a priority item for the city that I understand to be on a very tight time frame to begin with, in terms of what we're hoping to do and when, and burning up a few months over a process that I would have liked to see it go to the LRC in the first instance too. I mean, I think that's regrettable. And, you know, the message going forward ought to be, let's get this stuff in front of the people who are sort of front and center on this project. But I don't know if I'm willing to eat the big delay to send this particular item back.
I want to respond to that because I think I understand that concern. I don't think 2 wrongs make a right. And I think there's one of the other things that I think is important is that the relationship between LRC and this council is important. And decisions like the one that's being presented to us tonight, I think will strain that relationship. We're going to have a meeting. Mayor Pro Tem and I talked with staff in our weekly meeting the other day about having a meeting with LRC and making a decision on this tonight is going to change that dynamic considerably. We are interested in moving forward with the project and expeditiously, but I don't think that, I don't think we're talking about 3 or 4 months. I think that's an overstatement. I think the point is to get this to LRC, to get it back to council as soon as possible, and I think that's early March. So, yes.
So I'm just curious about 2 things. Is it possible for it to be brought up with LRC tomorrow that maybe they would do like an early kind of an emergency meeting?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there can be a discussion about that, but the bottom line is it can't be considered tomorrow.
No, that's what I'm saying. But the conversation about adding it to a future agenda item, that's what you would bring up tomorrow. Could there also then be a consideration, given the timeline, that perhaps they have another meeting in a week or 2 instead of in a month? And that could expedite this and then bring it back to council before the end of next month?
Yeah,
that alleviates a lot of the concern. And I would completely agree that I think direction with staff, because we did make it very clear, because I was in full agreement that the steering committee, those decisions had to come through the LRC. These kinds of decisions should. And I also agree with Councilmember Hefner, for this to be in here on the consent, it's a big item, but it's missing all the information for us to make a decision with. So like to see the other options and what they would be. And I would hope that that information would be included when you get to take this to the LRC.
Yeah, so here, maybe I can reframe the motion that I was making. I think the motion is to table, is to send this to, what I'm trying to get at is to send it, to make our decision sort of contingent on the LRC's consideration of the agreement and the process by which the contract is proposed, and maybe a direction or a suggestion to Mayor Pro Tem, who's going to be at the meeting tomorrow, to encourage a special meeting or whatnot to expedite that process.
Maybe a question for our attorney. Is it possible to, I don't know if we've ever done this, so the answer is probably no. Is it possible to literally approve this item with the condition that the LRC also approves, like it does not get final approval without LRC approval, so that it doesn't have to come back to us if the LRC likes it. If they don't like it, then something different would come back.
Well, I think that the city council is the contracting entity here, and we don't have the contract either. So, I'm not sure what you would be approving contingent upon the LRC approving. What is the LRC approving? The select.
Okay, so I get that this is recommending city council approve staff to finalize negotiations, so the actual contract isn't here anyway.
Right.
Interesting, okay.
So, let me try it in a different way. The suggestion, what we're trying to accomplish here, I think, at least what I'm suggesting, is that the LRC consider this decision, and then to provide any recommendations to council.
Right.
And so we would just be postponing this decision because it's not really, we're not really approving a contract. We're approving a process, so.
Right, because it is a council contract.
Right.
And, I guess.
Yeah.
My recommendation would be to, if you are sending this to the LRC, to define what it is that you're asking the LRC to do, because they don't really have a process in the council contract. They don't have a role in the council contract.
Yeah, Councilmember Hefner.
Here's what I would suggest. I think we should take the staff recommendation and essentially say we're directing staff to finalize negotiations around this contract subject to concurrence by the LRC. And if LRC agrees with what's being proposed here, everything goes forward per the recommendation. If they disagree for any reason with what's been recommended, then it has to come back to us because it's.
That's fine. I don't know that do we need a motion on that?
Yes, you should have a motion on that, and I'll wait for the motion to see if I understand it.
So the motion would be to.
I'll withdraw my motion. Go ahead.
The motion would be to direct staff to finalize negotiations for the downtown Pulse project design contract, subject to concurrence by the LRC, at their forthcoming meeting, because we don't know when it is. With the understanding that if they don't concur with the recommendation that we move forward with this particular contractor, that it needs to come back to us.
But if LRC does concur, then staff can finalize the contract, and you're authorizing the city manager to sign it, which is, I think, what's in the council communication.
Perfect.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, can we take a roll call?
Does there need to be something added in as far as just the direction to ask you to have the LRC meet sooner? Okay.
I think he knows what to do. Go ahead.
Councilmember Hoffner,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for the assist. Thanks for the vote. And let's move on to any city attorney's report tonight.
I have none, thank you.
Identification of any future agenda items, anyone? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thank you. Two things I wanted to mention. The City Council received a letter from the Open Space Advisory Board about rodenticide regulations. And as I understand, Councilmember Hamilton brought this up at a previous meeting. Maybe I should have brought this up at the work planning that we did last week, but I neglected to do that. But I haven't seen any motion on this idea, and so I'm raising this as something to consider on a future agenda.
Yeah, I think that, well, we'll be interested in what others have to say, but I think Councilmember Hamilton did raise this. And I
can respond
understood
if
that
it's
at some point
appropriate.
we're going to come forward with something, yeah.
Correct, yeah. We wanted to schedule out your work plan, have that conversation, and then see where this can fit in the agenda. So we're working on scheduling out that agenda right now.
Okay, thank you. The other item, in the past couple of years, but not last year, City Council received sort of a general update from the Sustainability Division at the end of the year. Again, we didn't do that this year. So I am interested in an update particularly about the status of the internal and community decarbonization plans. I don't know that it has to be an agenda item. It could be some other format, like a memo or something. And I'm also thinking that it might be a good idea to wait until we hire the manager for the internal decarbonization plan. But I just wanted to bring that up.
I don't have any problem with that. We're going to be talking about decarbonization.
We will be throughout the year. We have also already talked, I think maybe perhaps before you were on council, Councilmember Cooperman, about doing a memo update. And I was just conferring with Meredith because there's a chance that is sitting with one of us for approval. So.
Good.
Anything else? Anything else from anybody for the good of the order? All right.
A motion to adjourn?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
That will challenge even the best putter. Hole 6, Hecla, is our #1 handicap hole. This accuracy-demanding par 4 plays